Chapter 1155. Boom! Spiritual power scattered in all directions, and the aura of the great Tao collided and destroyed everything. Just a casual collision was enough to kill countless supremacy prodigies in Tao Sky City. This was the Azure Sky Monster, the true top prodigy of the current generation. At this moment, everyone was looking at the two figures standing opposite each other in the air. Their eyes flickered with intense fear. Everyone had the opportunity to listen to the Tao Sky City Lord's lecture. However, there were tens of thousands of prodigies in Tao Sky City. How could a lecture hall accommodate all of them? Therefore, the qualification to enter the hall had to be fought for with one's strength and talent. After all, the closer one was to a sage's Tao discussion, the easier it was to feel the Tao rhyme true intent, and the easier it was to achieve enlightenment. Now, it seemed that both Shaoyang Lord and Marquis Bloodclad had the chance to be in the top 10. Compared to the two of them, most of the prodigies present were like ants that were not worth mentioning. As expected of Marquis Bloodclad, you can actually resist my sun god power with your mortal body. Shaoyang Lord's face was slightly gloomy. He was the descendant of a great emperor and was born with a sacred body and divine blood. He had never taken these prodigies seriously. His immortal path was the end of the universe. Even the 10 great sequences of the azure firmament were nothing but empty titles in his eyes. However, he had to admit that Xinjiangan was very strong. The Tao rhyme contained in the spear was enough to break his defense and threaten his life. Interesting. He had not come to Tao Sky City to listen to the Tao Sky City Lord's lecture. What was the use of an old man who had not even become a great emperor, even if he had read the human race's scriptures and comprehended many Tao rhymes? He was still a heavenly sovereign, a mortal that a great emperor could easily kill. He had come here for the Myriad Talents banquet. Every time there was a banquet, the Sky Saint Business Alliance would take out a treasure for everyone to fight for. This time he was determined to win. Resist. Shen Jing'an's cold face had a sinister smile that did not match his temperament. Tao rhymes seemed to flow around him, and countless blood runes began to coil around the silver spear. They were like living creatures, exuding a terrifying sharpness. Everyone could vaguely feel that the current Xinjiangan was the true divine martial god of slaughter. Even immortals and demons could not stop him. Then, why don't you try taking a shot from me? Xinjiangan suddenly raised his head, the corner of his mouth smiling sinisterly. His pair of eagle eyes had already turned blood red. However, the more it was like this, the more it gave people an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Among the crowd, there was already a girl with her hands clasped together. If it wasn't for the presence of the divine martial grand princess, she would have already lost control of her greed. Between heaven and earth, the sound of spears suddenly rang out. The silver spear in Shen Jing'an's hand suddenly transformed into a blood dragon. It was at least 1,000 feet long and seemed to be connected to his arm. At this moment, the entire Tao Heaven City seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. Only the silver-armored, blood-spear figure with his hair tied up with a golden crown remained, looking down on everything. But one day, with a gun in hand, I'll kill all the pretentious dogs in the world. Humph. Do you think this monarch will be afraid of a human ant like you? The young sun lord sneered as sunlight rose from his body, his entire being turned into a sun, releasing a dazzling divine light. Although he didn't know if those great emperor ancestors were still alive, but the elders in the small palace had told him that he wasn't a human. He was a descendant of the sun. He was the descendant of God, with the world's most ancient and sacred bloodline flowing in his veins. His Tao was invincible. Humans, demons, ghosts, and barbarians should all submit to him. A terrifying heat wave surged out like a tidal wave. The sharpness that had originally permeated the heavens and earth had silently diminished. Xinjiangan frowned slightly, although he didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness in his heart. But It seemed that he had underestimated this descendant of the Sunlight Emperor. Arrogant. However, just as Shin Jingon took a step forward, the blood spear in his hand pierced through the void and was about to kill the young Sun Lord, a cold and gentle voice suddenly came from the golden carriage in the distance. Marquis. Shin Jingon stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the carriage. He saw a fair and slender hand suddenly lift the curtain of the carriage and reach out. Cough, cough. Immediately after, a coughing sound was heard. Shin Jingon immediately retracted his spear and walked to the front of the carriage. He raised his hand and held that fair and slender hand. Eldest Princess, I've long heard that the young Sun Lord is extremely talented and has a terrifying bloodline. Cough, cough, cough. Today I've finally met you. You really live up to your reputation. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a woman in a golden robe slowly walked out and appeared in front of everyone. She was a beautiful woman with a pale face and a delicate body. She didn't wear any makeup and had a delicate temperament. Her skin was delicate, and her hair was tied up in a bun with a phoenix hairpin. She had a dignified aura. The divine martial eldest princess Wu Hongqiu. It was rumored that this eldest princess had a tragic life. Her mother was originally the divine martial emperor's descendant, but she died in an accident when giving birth to her. Later on, the divine martial emperor established a new one. Although Wu Hongqiu had the title of eldest princess, she didn't have much honor until she was bestowed a marriage and became the fiancée of the blood-robed Marquis, Shin Jingon, which made her famous in the imperial city. Shin Jingon had once entered the palace for her and forcefully suppressed the imperial concubines and princes, which infuriated the imperial court. However, this matter was left unsettled in the end, and the name Shin Jingon had become a taboo in the divine martial emperor dynasty. Oh, eldest princess, you flatter me. TSK, TSK. What a pity. Such a beauty is actually a sickly person. The young Sun Lord smiled coldly. Instantly, killing intent surged in Shin Jingon's eyes. However, Wu Hongqiu grabbed his hand, and he couldn't move. Young Sun Lord, you better restrain yourself. This is Dao Heaven City. I'm just a marquis of the divine martial emperor dynasty. Perhaps I don't dare to offend the divine martial emperor palace, but some people might not give you face. Shin Jingon snorted. He naturally knew Wu Hongqiu's concerns. Now that the blood-robed marquis was in the limelight, there were already forces in the imperial court that were ready to take action. It wasn't a wise move to offend the young Sun Lord now. Ha 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 ha. Not giving me face? Let me ask you, who in the entire Qing dares to not give me face? The young Sun Lord laughed maniacally as he looked around the crowd. Instantly, many prodigies' expressions changed, and they turned their heads to look elsewhere. It was obvious that after witnessing the divine martial emperor palace's prodigy strength, everyone was already fearful of him. Seeing this, the young Sun Lord's smile widened. On the other hand, Shin Jingon held his silver spear tightly as his face darkened. Chirp! At that moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, a pair of green phoenix wings descended from the sky, covering the clouds and the sun. Vast demonic aura gathered into clouds, causing countless demonic beasts in the city to kneel on the ground and tremble. And on that green phoenix a tall and slender figure stood with her hands behind her back. Her beauty was peerless, and her temperament was unparalleled. The indifference in her beautiful eyes was like the deepest abyss in the Nine Heavens Palace. Gu Chao Si Ai. Chapter 1156. Gu Chao Si Ai. The entire Dao Sky City suddenly quietened down. One could even hear a pin drop. At this moment, all the prodigies were looking at the unparalleled figure standing on top of the phoenix in shock. Unknowingly, a look of fascination appeared on their faces. However, for some reason, Many people felt that Gu Chaoxiai was a little different today. Wait, praising the Empress is wearing a black imperial robe? The imperial robe was embroidered with golden threads. The clouds were floating and the rivers were falling. Compared to her usual self, this black-robed Gu Chaoxiai looked even more mysterious and graceful, even though she was less charming. But the Empress seemed to have never been associated with seductive charms. Even Lord Xiaoyang and Xin Jingan were stunned at this moment. The great Empress Immortal Phoenix, Gu Chaoxiai, was the only woman in the world who stood at the pinnacle of beauty. She was ethereal, cold, domineering, and unparalleled. Even Wu Hongqiu felt ashamed in front of her and secretly shook her head. Slap! Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded from the crowd. A young prodigy spat out a mouthful of blood and a few broken teeth. Then everyone was dumbstruck as they watched him start to slap his own face repeatedly, nagging like a crazy demon. How many lives do you have? How dare you look at praising the Empress? Master Ling Xiao will kill you. Hearing this, many prodigies' faces turned pale. They forced themselves to look elsewhere. However, Gu Chaozi did not care about the people below her. She stepped forward and turned into a rainbow, disappearing from the ancient city. Haha! If I remember correctly, the Immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty is a vassal of the divine martial kingdom. You, the Marquis, and the eldest princess are here, but Gu Chaoxiai did not even look at you. Ha 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 ha! Lord Xiaoyang laughed sarcastically and shook his head slightly. If I were to be like her one day, I would not have the face to walk in this world. Marquis Blood-Robed was just a bluff. Just now, Lord Xiaoyang seemed to have said that no one in the Azure Sky City would dare to disrespect you. I see that Great Empress Gu did not even look at you. Shen Jingan imitated Lord Xiaoyang and shook his head lightly. You are a human, but you have to pretend to be high and mighty. Does your face hurt? You. Humph. Shin Jingan, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You just want me to provoke Gu Chaoxiai and attract the revenge of the young master of the Ling people. Lord Xiaoyang's eyes were gloomy, but his face was overbearing. To tell you the truth, I came to Dao Heaven City today to challenge the true evildoers of the Azure Sky City and prove my Dao heart. Not to mention the young master of the Ling people. Even if the young master of the Realm Lord Palace is in the Shuexian echelon, if he dares to have a fair fight with me, I will let him know what it means to be invincible. Humph, Gu Chaoxiai, in my eyes, is just a coward who has been protected by others. Hearing this, there was an uproar in the crowd. Lord Xiaoyang's words were indeed arrogant. However, the strength that he had displayed just now was indeed enough to look down on his peers. The arch-bloodline, sacred sun physique. Once this sacred sun physique matured, it would shine as brightly as the sun and be indestructible. Which prodigy did not have some pride in their hearts? Since they were born, they naturally wanted to fight for the title of emperor and suppress their generation. Lord Xiaoyang had the strength. Oh, is that so? However, just as everyone was pondering in their hearts and looking shocked, a gentle laugh suddenly came from thousands of miles away in the void. Everyone looked up in a daze, and in the next moment, their eyes suddenly focused. At that moment, above the void, there was a 1,000-foot-long golden dragon standing on the clouds. Spiritual light bloomed around its body, and there were thousands of auspicious signs. Its aura had reached the terrifying level of a saint. Behind the golden dragon was a white jade carriage, and inside it sat 3 figures, 1 male and 2 females. The youth was dressed in black and had a peerless appearance. He held a jade cup in his hand, and there was an extremely gentle smile on his face. As for the 2 females, they each had their own merits. One was quiet and gentle in her white dress, while the other was cold and aloof in her colorful feather dress. However, it was undeniable that both of their appearances could be said to be peerless in the world. Their figures were graceful and elegant, not to mention the 2 of them, even if they could be of one heart it would be a blessing in the world. However, at that moment, they were sitting beside the youth cautiously. Their eyes were filled with obedience and greed as they looked at him. This is Amitabha. Before everyone could be shocked, another white-robed figure stepped out from behind the jade carriage. His expression was calm, and there was a Buddhist glow around him. Every step he took was filled with an endless Buddhist aura. Only the red lotus in between his eyebrows added a bit of seductiveness. Shiji Bodhisattva. It's Yaoguang Bodhisattva. That lady in the feather dress seems to be Jin Han, the princess of the Golden Crow dynasty. Xianyuan princess, Xianyuan Weiyang. That youth, it's Master Ling Shao. It's Master Ling Shao. Looking for a lamb, it seems that he's not listening to the West anymore. He just stretched out his hand. What are you waiting for? Lick it. The crowd began to exclaim, and the commotion continued. Among the 4 people in front of them, 3 of them were the true prodigies of the Azure continent. Even Jin Han was powerful and had a deep foundation now that the Golden Crow dynasty had unified the 4 dynasties. Moreover, a few days ago, the 4 of them had fought the Sky Demon in the Spirit Divine realm and destroyed the evil Gone Heaven Divine sect. They had also accumulated supreme sage names. They did not expect that they would be lucky enough to see the 4 Demon Slayer heroes with their own eyes today, especially Ling Shao, who could be said to be the pillar of the righteous path in the Azure continent. He was the current human emperor and invincible. Many disciples of the immortal sects and prides of the ancient races did not come to Dao Sky City for the Palace Master's lecture. They just wanted to have a chance to submit to the young master and become his follower. Master Ling Shao. Ah, the young master is looking at me. I'm speechless. Young master, I'm willing to call you the best in the Azure continent. Let me be your loyal dog. Woof, woof, woof. Waves of exclamations reverberated through the sky. Countless streams of light descended from the sky, bowing and saluting the figure on the jade chariot. Compared to the young master, Lord Xiaoyang and Xinjing, and were all mortals and had no power. I remember that I said that anyone who dares to humiliate my wife in the Azure continent will be killed without mercy. On the jade carriage, Ling Shao put down the jade cup and slowly stood up. He looked down at the gloomy Lord Xiaoyang. Sacred Emperor Palace, Tharch bloodline. Wei Wuya was also known as one of the 5 Tharch bloodlines, but he was still killed by Ling Shao with one strike. Sacred Sun Body, 6th-stage venerable realm. Light and extreme Yang Dao laws. No providence. Is this what you have to show off? Arrogant. Lord Xiaoyang snorted and pretended to be calm. At this moment, he suddenly realized that when he faced the young master of the Taigu Ling people, he would still feel fear. That kind of natural, pretentious intent. No, it was the Tao and immortal intent. It gave people a terrifying pressure. Gu Chaoxiai was Ling Zhao's forbidden area. Everyone in the Azure continent knew this. Although he had the strength to compete with all the monsters in the world, but he was still pitifully small in front of the Taigu Ling people. If this young master of the Ling people did not care about martial virtues and sent experts to attack him, wouldn't he be dead meat? Yes, I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of the patriarchs in his clan. I have an invincible Tao heart. Fine. Since all the clans and sects in the Azure continent are here today, I'll help you remember and deepen your impressions. Ling Shao nodded indifferently. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Countless divine lotuses bloomed under his feet. The Tao sound extended for 90,000 miles. Vaguely, it was as if the great Tao's divine shadow had descended and was added to his body, looking down on everyone. All of a sudden, the entire world became strangely still. Heaven and earth were silent. Everyone in the Azure continent was afraid. Then the young man calmly stretched out his palm and pressed it toward Lord Xiaoyang. Chapter 1157. Heaven and earth went silent, and the sky collapsed. Everyone only saw a lightning palm print descending from the sky like a falling meteor, tearing a deep crack in the sky. Boundless pressure descended from the sky. Purple energy rose and fell for 90,000 li, creating many strange phenomena. At this moment, everyone only felt that the entire Tao Sky City was about to be destroyed by this palm print. The primordial chaos was awakened, and the primordial chaos was born. The endless sea of stars fell one after another, blocking Xiaoyang Lord's escape route. Boom! Before the palm print landed, the ancient bluestone road within a 50-mile radius had already collapsed. This is impossible. At this moment, Xiaoyang Lord's face no longer had any trace of arrogance or battle intent. Large beads of cold sweat flowed down his face, instantly drenching his entire shirt. Under Ling Zhao's seal, he actually saw the terrifying power of time, void, primal chaos, and all sorts of other unspeakable powers. Even with his strength, he couldn't even escape from such a Taoist rhyme. How is this possible? How could a person at the Exalt realm possibly comprehend such a profound, grand Tao? I cannot die. I have the bloodline of the Darch, the successor of the sun. Following a loud shout, Xiaoyang Lord's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. It was like a sun that wanted to destroy the sea of stars. But what was frightening was that before Xiaoyang Lord could step out, the lightning palm print had already descended from the sky and destroyed all the divine light around him. Then he was smashed into the ground. Pucci, a thick smell of blood rose. Xiaoyang Lord, who was as powerful as a Thearcha successor in everyone's eyes, was actually suppressed by Lord Ling Xiao with one palm print? He could not fight back at all. No, he could not even fight back. This is too powerful. Young master, you are awesome. In the crowd, countless ancient race prodigies and immortal sect disciples trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Even Shen Jing and An Wu Hongchao's faces were filled with shock and fear. If it was said that they had all heard that the Ling people's young master, Ling Xiao, was invincible, however, after seeing it today, he realized that this was not a rumor. Earlier, Shen Jing and had already exchanged blows with the young Sun Lord, so he had some understanding of the latter's strength. Even though Shen Jing and was proud and arrogant, he had to admit that if he wanted to defeat young Yang Lord with his strength, he would have to risk his life. However, Ling Xiao had only struck out with a single palm strike. Everyone could tell that he had only struck out casually, yet he had completely suppressed the young emperor of the sacred Emperor Palace. Too scary. This is true invincibility. I can't think of anyone who can contend against young master. Perhaps only the 10 great sequences have the power to fight him. Exclamations and soft sighs rose and fell one after another. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked to the front of the deep gully. He looked at one of the figures whose bones were completely shattered. With a gentle wave of his hand, a palm imprint appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the figure in his hand. After that, he calmly swept his gaze over the crowd, and a wisp of icy indifference appeared on his face. I'll repeat myself once more. Those who insult my wife, regardless of whether they're immortals, gods, demons, or beasts, will be killed without mercy. No. Young master, please spare my life. I won't show off anymore. Master Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao shook his head and gradually exerted more strength in his palm, a shout suddenly came from the ancient palace far away. Hua Mingxi, who was dressed in white, floated over with an extremely gentle smile on her pretty face. She first took a look at young Yang Lord, who had already gone limp. Then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. Young master, Tao Heaven City has a rule. No one is allowed to kill in the city. Otherwise they will be crack. However, before Hua Mingxi could finish her sentence, young Yang Lord's head suddenly twisted to the side. Ling Xiao casually threw his head to the ground and walked past Hua Mingxi with an indifferent expression, heading into the distance. I'm sorry. This is my first time in Dao City. I didn't know there was such a rule. This Huang Mingxi covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. He was overbearing and disregarded the rules. Yet he was infatuated and loyal. Even though he had 3 top ladies standing beside him, the only one who could anger him was the cold empress of the Celestial Dynasty. When Shen Jing and An Yangyang Lord were fighting, Huang Mingxi had already appeared in front of the ancient palace. However, she couldn't be bothered with such a fight. She could even use this opportunity to observe who was more useful between the 2 of them. The winner would naturally receive more respect. As for the loser, it was enough to be pitted. However, it was rumored that the Saint Emperor Palace was guarded by a powerful, great emperor. Yet, this Ling people's young master didn't seem to care about them at all. Could it be that the Ling people's foundation was really so terrifying? Or could it be that his love for Gu Chaoxiai was beyond life? Cough, cough. Just as Huang Mingxi was in a daze, a light cough came from behind her. Jin Han walked over from the side and flicked her forehead lightly. Mingxi, what are you waiting for? Huang Mingxi's expression turned serious. Then, a sincere smile appeared on her face. She didn't know how this arrogant princess of the Celestial Dynasty became the follower of the Ling people's young master. However, she seemed to be enjoying it. How is it? Isn't my young master very charming? This is your chance. Jean Han blinked. A sly and seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Huang Mingxi shook her head with a bitter smile. She held Jean Han, or his hand, and said, "Don't laugh at me. With my status, how can I catch his eye? Moreover, I'm praising the Empress." Huang Mingxi lowered her voice when she said the last sentence. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the cold-looking Empress Immortal Phoenix was wearing an imperial robe that was extremely compatible with Master Ling Xiao. Ever since Gu Chaoxiai became famous, she was wearing a red robe. However, she chose a black imperial robe with golden threads for this trip to Dao City. Hiss, that's not necessarily true. My Mingxi is very understanding and gentle. Who knows, young master might like her. The 2 of them joked around as they chased after Ling Xiao. The onlookers on the ancient street only recovered from their shock after the few figures walked into the ancient palace. Especially at this moment, when they saw the limp corpse on the ground, they felt that it was extremely unreal. A peerless genius who was high and mighty in their eyes like a god was so easily slapped to death by someone's palm? This Ling people's young master is indeed very affectionate. Wu Hongxi's eyes trembled. She suddenly smiled bitterly as she watched the black-robed figure disappear. In the entire Azure continent, there were less than 10 people who dared to kill young Master Xiaoyang so brazenly. Only this descendant of the Ling people would dare to use such a reason to kill young Master Xiaoyang. He killed him just because he called him cowardly? This person is very powerful. Xin Jing and took a deep breath. His face was gloomy. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that he didn't even have the courage to use his spear in front of this domineering young master. The Emperor's momentum was obvious. This was the true Tao of invincibility. Chapter 1158. Master Ling Xiao. This way, please. I have ordered people to prepare a guest room and some wine to welcome the young master. Huang Mingxi followed, closely beside Ling Xiao. The shock on her face had already dissipated, and she revealed a gentle and quiet smile. Compared to Xin Jingan and Xiaoyang Lord, this successor of the Ling people was undoubtedly much more honorable. If they could invite this young master to the prodigy's banquet, it would definitely be a grand occasion. However, what made Huang Mingxi slightly worried was that there was still no news of Lei Yin. Even the powerful figures that she had sent out could not find any trace of the young master of the Thunder Dragon tribe. Huang Mingxi felt uneasy. The fear of facing an unknown enemy was the most oppressive. "Thank you," Ling Xiao said indifferently, without a trace of emotion on his face. At this moment, he also saw the 10,000 Providence points on Hua Mingxi. However, this lady was simply too shrewd. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, the young master of the Hua family was not as quiet and kind as she seemed to be on the surface, to be able to manage the Sky Saint business alliance in an orderly manner and maintain a good relationship with various forces at the same time. Her cruelty was not to kill, but to choose. Those who were useful to her were her looks. Those who were useless to her would not be able to obtain her gentleness. However, the more she was like this, the more it proved that she was an ambitious lady. In this way, it would be easier to control her. When everyone walked into the back of the hall, they bumped into a young man who seemed to be in a hurry. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Ju, brother, where are you going? Hua Mingxi's face froze and almost called out Zhang Jiuji's name. Lei Yan's whereabouts were unknown, and she did not know which force they had offended. Thus, she did not dare to expose Zhang Jiuji's identity. At this moment, Zhang Jiuji's face flashed with surprise. Especially when he saw Ling Xiao, his eyes flashed with joy. However, when he heard how Hua Mingxi addressed him, he immediately understood and bowed to everyone. Second sister, I am going out for a while. All right. Hua Mingxi nodded imperceptibly and led Ling Xiao and the others to the back hall again. Mingxi, how come I didn't know you had a younger brother? Jin Han, his voice was filled with surprise as she turned to look at Zhang Jiuji. He's a distant relative who came to Dao Heaven City to broaden his horizons. Young master, this way please. It wasn't until everyone walked into a quaint and exquisite room in the rear hall that Hua Mingxi ordered the servants to bring out the immortal spirit food. Young lord, there are 2 more days until the 10,000 Prodigies banquet hosted by the Sky Saint Business Alliance. At that time, all the forces in the Azure continent will send their prodigies to participate. If young Lord can come, it will definitely bring light to the Sky Saint Business Alliance. I've long heard of the Myriad Talents banquet. I'll definitely be there. Ling Xiao smiled, faintly with a gentle expression, which made Hua Mingxi lower her guard a lot. During the banquet, everyone chatted and laughed. Hua Mingxi also briefly introduced the 10,000 Prodigies banquet before leaving with Jin Han, arm in arm. You don't need me to remind you what to say and what not to say. You can ask Hua Mingxi about that young man's background. Just as the 2 women were about to disappear, Ling Xiao used his spiritual sense to warn Jin Han, in a calm tone. Hearing this, the young girl's delicate body trembled, and she immediately turned and left the room. Now that the Lady of Destiny had surrendered, she naturally didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's wishes. However, Hua Mingxi couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't mention Lei Yan's disappearance to Jin Han. Once the latter revealed the matter of the bowl of dragon soup, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Gu Chaoxiai was Ling Xiao's forbidden area. Everyone in the Azure continent knew this. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't dare to make a fuss about her. As for those without brains, if they weren't dead, then they died tragically. That young man just now, I keep feeling that he was somewhat familiar. You guys rest here for 2 days. I will go investigate his identity. Ling Xiao raised his hand and drank the immortal wine in his cup. He turned his head and glanced at Xianyuan Weiyang and Yao Guang before disappearing where he stood. He had already heard from Gu Ying that Gu Chaoxiai had arrived at the Dao Heaven City early in the morning. He didn't know if this fiancé of his had found out about the Realm Lord's whereabouts. Yao Guang and the other 2 women had long been in awe of Ling Xiao and would never disobey his words. Back then, the 2 women only knew that Gu Chaoxiai had killed a dragon clan's genius, but they didn't know her true identity. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the 2 of them guessed something, they wouldn't dare to jump to conclusions. Double Shadow watch over them. Buzz. North of the Dao Heaven City, in a secluded courtyard, Gu Chaoxiai was dressed in a black and gold emperor robe. She sat upright in front of the table and sipped her tea. Behind her, the space suddenly shook, and Ling Xiao's figure suddenly walked over and hugged her from behind. "Wife, were you waiting for me? How did you know I was here? Did you plant a spy beside me?" Gu Chaosai didn't even turn her head, as if she was already used to Ling Xiao's rudeness. "How can this be called planting a spy? I'm just worried about your safety. If you say that, it will make your husband sad." Ling Xiao smiled gently and whispered into Gu Chaosiai's ear. "Shameless." Gu Chaosiai gently broke free from Ling Xiao's arm. Although her expression was calm, her ears were red, revealing the nervousness in her heart. "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" "I'm looking for my wife. Do I have to have something to do?" Ling Xiao picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Chaosiai stared at him coldly. She didn't say anything, as if she was annoyed. "What did I do to make my wife angry? Ling Xiao, can you not be so self-righteous? Plus, you have so many women around you. You should be more concerned about them." Gu Chaosiai's words were cold, and her expression was indifferent. However, the jealousy in her words was enough to float 10 miles away. "Oh, so my wife is jealous." Ling Xiao smiled playfully. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Gu Chaosiai's hand, pulled her into his embrace, and lowered his head to kiss her gently. "You, woo woo woo, let go of me," Gu Chaosiai panicked. She didn't know why, but even though they had already done it as husband and wife, and she was pregnant with his demonic seed. However, every time he held her gently in his arms, and she felt the coldness of his lips, her heart would still beat fast. "I'm actually here for you." When he felt Gu Chaosiai's face was boiling hot, and she was on the verge of exploding, Ling Xiao finally let go. His face was already serious. "For me?" Gu Chaosiai was confused for a moment. "Why for me? What else can you do besides bullying me?" "My wife. Why are you always hostile towards me?" Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed softly and looked up at the distant sky. At this moment, Gu Chaosiai actually saw a trace of real loneliness in his eyes. This kind of loneliness seemed to be incompatible with the world. No one could understand, and no one could comfort him. Chapter 1159. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Gu Chaosiai's eyes trembled. She felt sad for some reason. That's right. She always saw girls around him, but she was probably the only one in the entire Azure continent who knew his true identity. Although he was a demon who played with people, he treated her well. He carried the sins of the 9 heavens alone. This step might be the end of the road for him. He must be very tired. He must want someone to treat him sincerely, right? "Did you kill Xiaoyang Lord just now?" Seeing Ling Xiao remain silent, Gu Chaosiai took the initiative to speak. She let him hug her and did not struggle. Unlike Ji Ying and Shi Haotian, Xiaoyang Lord was a true descendant of the Dharch. He also had the Dharch bloodline and awakened the Holy Sun constitution. Now he was seen by the Sacred Emperor Palace as an opportunity to fight for the providence of heaven and earth. However, Ling Xiao killed him in front of everyone because of what he said. Although it was a fair fight, it was still too overbearing. I have said it before. No one in the Azure continent can humiliate you. So what if I become the enemy of the whole world, let alone Xiaoyang Lord? I will not allow anyone to humiliate my woman. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. However, it was this overbearing and ruthless sentence that made Gu Chaosiai's eyes widen. Her eyes were filled with tears. Beep. The destined girl is touched and changed her mind. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 luck points and 100,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Xiao's expression became more serious. I know. Maybe it is because you failed to train your split soul, so you have some prejudice against me. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. He looked at the black robe she was wearing today and suddenly smiled. However, Gu Chaosiai, I will not let you suffer any more malice in this world. Even if I have to bear the infamy of the whole world, I still do not care. Ling Xiao! Gu Chaosiai's lips trembled, and her tears finally flowed uncontrollably. When they fell into her mouth, there was a bitter taste. At this moment, she really wanted to say, I know. I know that you must have suffered many hardships in these 3 years to be able to grow to such a level so quickly. But Ling Xiao, I can't tell you, because I don't want to be your real weakness. Beat. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5,000 luck points and 50,000 villain points. Don't worry, a mere Saint Emperor Palace wouldn't dare to become enemies with the Ling people over this matter. Ling Xiao shook his head. His eyes were firm, but there was a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. What? You're suspecting that I'm pulling wool from you? How could pulling wool from his own fiancée be called pulling wool? This was called sharing honor and disgrace together. As for the Saint Emperor Palace, according to what the Ling people knew, 4 of the 5 great emperors in this force had already fallen. The remaining one was not Yang Di, and he did not have much time left. He had already closed himself to cultivate. It was impossible for him to casually take action for a junior. As for the remaining heavenly sovereigns, who didn't have a shadow in their hearts, Xiao Yangjun's talent was not bad, but how could a genius who could be killed by a palm strike lead this force to the top again? Was it worth it to sacrifice an entire sect for him? Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao was not afraid was not because of his speculation. Now he had many trump cards. Even if a heavenly sovereign came personally, it would be impossible to kill him. Using Xiao Yangjun to pull no, to make Gu Chaosiai fall into his hands as soon as possible. Why not? Humph, sooner or later. You will suffer because of your arrogance. Gu Chaosiai snorted coldly. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the immortal Phoenix Empress, emotionless and without desires. In fact, she could only maintain that absolute rationality and indifference in front of outsiders. At the moment when Ling Xiao killed Xiao Yangjun, she had already sent the immortal Phoenix guards to secretly monitor every move of the Saint Emperor Palace. She was worried that Ling Xiao's overbearingness would bring about a disaster. However, she really could not bring herself to say these things. Could it be that he wanted her to be like Jin Han, and the others, shamelessly fawning on him? Humph, dream on. Maybe, but all the tribulations that can't kill me will only make me stronger. Ling Xiao smiled casually. He looked as if he did not care, but everything was already within his expectations. With his character, how could he tolerate things that were beyond his control? You just said that you came to Dao Heaven City this time for me? Gu Chaosiai frowned slightly. She regretted her words as soon as she finished speaking. What was wrong with her? How could she believe such nonsense? Even though Ling Xiao had done many things for her, deep down, he was still a demon who only cared about his own interests. Gu Chaosiai did not believe that he came all the way here just for her. Moreover, she had no enemies or quarrels in Dao Heaven City. What kind of disaster could there be? That's right. Ling Xiao put down his teacup, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Hua Mingxi is secretly looking for Lei Yun. That young man who escaped did not die in Stupa Abyss. He has already come to Dao Heaven City. What? Gu Chaosiai frowned slightly. The indifference on her face had already disappeared. Even her limp body had, unknowingly, tensed up. Stupa Abyss was a forbidden area for living beings, not to mention a young man in the venerable realm. Even a supreme being expert would definitely die if he fell in recklessly. However, there were always exceptions to everything. It was obvious that she had miscalculated this time. She had indeed concealed her face that day, but her figure and means were still exposed. With the Heaven Saint Business Alliances Foundation, they would definitely be able to find some clues if they wanted to investigate. It seemed like she had gotten herself into big trouble. Regardless of whether it was the Thunder Dragon clan or the Heavenly Wolf clan, they were all the top 10 demon clans in the demon region. Moreover, Lei Yun and Zhang Jioji's master was a supreme being expert of the demon clan. His identity was mysterious. The two of them had 4 senior and junior sisters, and each of them had a monstrous background. Once this matter was exposed, the immortal phoenix ancient dynasty would be consigned to eternal damnation. Gu Chaoxiai pursed her red lips. For the first time, she revealed a worried expression. However, when she saw the calm expression on the young man's face, Gu Chaoxiai's originally tense heartstrings quietly relaxed. Have you already thought of a countermeasure? It was a feeling of relief. She did not know when it started, but she seemed to have gradually started to rely on this young man. No matter how big the disaster was, as long as she saw him, she would feel at ease. She inexplicably felt that he had the ability to control everything. How ridiculous! In terms of cultivation and experience, he was clearly much weaker than her. Calculating the time, Ling Xiao had only been in the upper realm for a few months. However, she just did not want to care about it. Leave it to him. After all, everything I did was for him. Previously, I made a trip to the Tianyan region and found that young man called Zhang Juji. Furthermore, I delivered the dark tribulation, divine lightning to him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The tip of his nose was pressed against Gu Chaoxiai's delicate nose. The evil look in his eyes became even more intense. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had cultivated with this fiancée of his. The primal chaos dragon phoenix, immortal body. Just by listening to it, he felt that it was very interesting. Chapter 1160. You gave it to Zhang Jioji? Gu Chaoxiai frowned, but she did not resist Ling Xiao's intimacy. She narrowed her eyes. You want to, since he wants to kill me. I won't let him die so easily. Ling Xiao smiled, tilted her head slightly, and gently pressed her lips on that thin pair of lips. Sob, 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 Ling Xiao. I'm talking to you about something serious. Gu Chaoxiai was shocked. She finally reacted, but before she could struggle, Ling Xiao hugged her and walked into the room. Let go of me, let go of me. Ling Xiao, that Hua Mingxi is not simple. Let go of me. Ling Xiao. No. Although the child was sealed by her chaos great Tao, but it did not seem to have any effect. Moreover, even if she wanted to give birth to this little sky demon in the future, no. How can I have such shameful thoughts? Suddenly, Gu Chaoxiai's face turned red, but she did not struggle like before. Seeing this, the corner of Ling Xiao's lips curled up. He gently placed her on the bed, and the black robe around his body dissipated. Gu Chaoxiai closed her eyes tightly. Her eyelashes trembled, and her red lips were tightly pursed. She looked extremely nervous. Wife. Ling Xiao reached out and gently untied the black and gold emperor robe. Ling Xiao, you shameless. Let go of me, or else. Woo woo woo. Gradually, Gu Chaoxiai seemed to have let down her guard. Her body swayed, and her eyes were filled with confusion. It was her first time experiencing this feeling, but she was looking forward to it. It turned out that it was more enjoyable than cultivation. A wisp of red fell, and she did not sleep for the night. The next day, when the sky brightened, Ling Xiao sat in the courtyard and sipped a cup of tea. Beside him, Gu Chaoxiai's emperor's robe was loose, and her black hair was scattered. Her face was languid and tired, but her eyes were full of vigor. At this moment, several memorials and ancient scriptures were placed in front of her. She was carefully reading through them. The clear sunlight sprinkled down, accentuating the side of her face. She was like a perfect sculpture, flawless and exquisite, one of a kind in the world. Ling Xiao, these ancient scriptures are records of the world lord's identity and origin. They were left behind by my immortal phoenix ancestor. Take a look. Gu Chaoxiai's voice was cold. She casually handed the scrolls to Ling Xiao without raising her head. At this time, she no longer thought about Lei Yin. With Ling Xiao here, she did not need to worry too much. After all, this guy was best at fooling the world. Humph. Sector Lord. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened one of the scrolls and read it carefully. In the end, although he had some thoughts about dealing with the Sector Lord, he was still quite worried about this Qing Song Lord, especially since he could suppress thousands of races with his own strength back then. Why did he suddenly disappear? According to Demon Lord Zhongyu's guess, the Sector Lord wanted to truly unify the Qing Song continent. He wanted to use the chaos to destroy the Ling people and the four extremes. However, Ling Xiao did not completely believe this. He had a faint feeling that this expert who had stood at the top of the Qing Song continent for 100,000 years must have a bigger plan. As he read through the ancient scriptures one by one, he raised his head and saw Gu Chaoxiai holding her cheek with one hand and staring at him with a complicated gaze. Their eyes met. Gu Chaoxiai's face blushed slightly. She retracted her gaze and pretended to ask casually, "Did you find anything?" According to the ancient scriptures, back then, when the Realm Lord dominated the Azure immortal realms, he had several great helpers by his side. Among them, 7 of them have already become palace lords. Only one, oh no, one demon left him? Ling Xiao frowned. These ancient scriptures recorded the power that the Sector Lord controlled and the methods and treasures that he used. Ling Xiao already knew about the 7 palace masters and the immortal devil ancient bell. However, this was the first time he had heard of the expert who left the Sector Lord. A demon? Ling Xiao's lips curled up. He already had a guess in his heart. Qing Mu the Sovereign. It was said that this demon was feared by the 10 palace masters. His cultivation was terrifying and extremely mysterious. Perhaps, if he found him, he would be able to obtain some unexpected surprises. "You've thought of it?" Gu Chaoxiai's lips curled up into a crafty smile. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen such an expression on her face. "So, when you killed Lei Yun back then, you had another motive?" I checked Lei Yun's memories. Although this Qing Mu the Sovereign's cultivation is only at the heavenly sovereign level, his methods are extremely terrifying. He is proficient in the art of heaven and earth and can ward off disasters and dangers. I think he is very likely to be the great demon who helped the Sector Lord rule the Qing Song continent back then. Gu Chaoxiai nodded slightly. Her eyes shone with a mortal light, and there was an emperor's aura circulating. I see. Ling Xiao did not seem to be surprised by this. Back then, he had deliberately mentioned the Sector Lord because he wanted to borrow Gu Chaoxiai's providence to find out the whereabouts of the Qing Song Lord. 100,000 providence. As long as she wanted to do something, the heavenly Tao would automatically protect her. Lei Yun not only lured out a destined one, but also exposed the whereabouts of the Sector Lord Servant. What was there to say? Gu Chaoxiai, you are so generous. Ling Xiao, Hua Mingxi is not simple. There are also the remaining disciples of Qing Mu the Sovereign. They all have extremely powerful backgrounds. I suspect that these factions have already secretly pledged their allegiance to the Sector Lord. Thus, they knew about Qing Mu the Sovereign's identity and sent their geniuses to cultivate by his side. If it was only the Lightning Dragon tribe, Gu Chaoxiai would not be too worried. However, although she had helped Ling Xiao find a clue about the Sector Lord, the price she had to pay was simply too great. 6 disciples. That meant 6 peak factions in the Qing Song continent. Even if the Taigu Ling people were powerful, this was still an extremely dangerous move. Wife, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that your husband will kill them? Ling Xiao smiled playfully. He raised his hand and grabbed Gu Chaoxiai's jade-like hand. Then he gently pulled it. Caught off guard, Gu Chaoxiai directly fell into Ling Xiao's embrace. Everyone knows that your husband has a gentle temperament. I dislike killing the most. If I am not forced by others, I will never kill the innocent. Why would I casually kill people? Humph. Gu Chaoxiai rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to get up, Ling Xiao hugged her by the waist. What are you doing now? What else can I do when I am with my wife? Ling Xiao smiled evilly. Gu Chaoxiai felt her body go soft. Her eyes revealed a trace of pleading. Didn't you just get off the bed? I get sleepy when I read books. My wife made me read 5 ancient scriptures in one go. How can I not rest? Ling Xiao shook his head seriously. Ignoring Gu Chaoxiai's resistance, he carried her on his shoulder and walked into the room. Ling Xiao, woo. Chapter 1161. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Dao Heaven City was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless disciples of the immortal sects and prodigies of the ancient clans had appeared and arrived at the ancient city at the foot of the Dao Tian Academy's sacred mountain. Compared to the palace master's lecture, some of the people who had just appeared were more concerned about the 10,000 talents banquet. Of course, the so-called 10,000 talents banquet was just a form of respect given by the Sky Sacred Business Alliance, other than Xiaoyang Lord of the Sacred Emperor Palace, who had humiliated in praising the Empress and was smashed by the Ling people's young master. There were a few other people who were equally famous. The Xinwu dynasty's Princess Royal Wu Hongqiu. Although she was frail and often looked sickly, her strength was rumored to be above the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis. Of course, regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, her fiancé, Shen Jingan, was a genuine 100 talents of the human race. His white robe and silver spear were unstoppable. Being conferred the title of Marquis at a young age was unparalleled. Especially the disciples of the immortal sects who had seen him in action yesterday. They were even more fearful of him. Even Xiaoyang Lord's sacred body could not withstand the bloodthirsty battle intent emanating from his bones, let alone those with ordinary bodies. Apart from these 2 people, there was no need to mention Ling Xiao and Gu Chaoxiai. This immortal couple had the potential to crush their peers, especially Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, he probably had the strength to reach the top of the sequence. Even the few girls by his side were all terrifying. Yao Guang was the bodhisattva of the West Pole and a sequence. Xian Yuan Weiyang was the current empress of the Xian Yuan clan. Although no one had seen her in action before, she was probably the empress of the Xian Yuan clan, so her strength could be imagined. As for Jin Han, she had the bloodline of the Golden Crow and was rumored to be a descendant of the immortal clan. Apart from these people, during these 2 days, there were also a few ancient race inheritors and celestial sect monsters that arrived in Dao Heaven City. Among them, Nangong Biaha, the young master of the hidden Nangong clan, Xiang Kuin of the limitless sacred palace, Wang Yan of the 12 absolute of the heavenly imperial palace, and Zhao Badu, the holy son of the literary saint immortal palace, were the true elites of the Azure continent. The gathering of so many geniuses undoubtedly made the prodigy banquet even more eye-catching. Of course, in this world, there were some true monsters who didn't like noise and kept a low profile. No one knew exactly how many people with peerless natural talent were hidden within this vast crowd. On the 3rd day, when the sun rose from the east and the clouds dispersed, the atmosphere of the entire Dao Heaven City was extremely lively. Dazzling figures walked out from various courtyards and headed toward the magnificent ancient palace in the center of the city. At the same time, in the ancient palace, colorful lights flowed, and immortal charm lingered. Hua Mingxi was dressed in white and had light makeup on her face. She was already waiting in front of the palace to welcome the geniuses from all over the Azure continent. Beside her, there were dozens of beautiful young ladies in colorful clothes. When they saw the guests coming, they warmly led them into the palace and sat down. However, at this moment, everyone could see that no one dared to sit on the 10 seats at the top of the palace. Those seats belonged to the true elites of the Azure continent. Look, the Princess Royal of the Divine Martial Emperor dynasty is here. It's the blood-clad Marquis, Xiang Kuin of the limitless sacred palace. Hiss, looking at this person's appearance, I feel that he's a little wretched. Soon, the palace was filled with countless geniuses of the current generation. 6 of the 10 seats at the top were already occupied. There were beautiful young ladies sitting cross-legged in front of the palace and gently playing the zither. There were also beautiful young ladies dancing with charming eyes. Good, good. I'm Seong Kuin. May I know what's your name? Are you married? Among them, a handsome young man in a golden robe shuttled back and forth among the beautiful young ladies with a playful smile on his face. From time to time, he would flirt with the women passing by. The limitless sacred palace was the true top force in the Azure continent. Therefore, no one dared to provoke this notorious successor of the sacred palace. It was said that this person cultivated an ancient forbidden technique that had the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. His cultivation of the 6th stage of the venerable realm was enough to look down on his peers. Young lady, you're so sexy. How about it? Are you interested in having a long talk with me and getting to know me better? When a beautiful figure in a feathered robe walked in front of him, Seong Kuin's eyes flickered. He deliberately tidied his clothes and strode forward. Jean Han frowned slightly, and there seemed to be killing intent in her eyes. However, before she could open her mouth, a maidservant from the Heaven Saint Merchant Alliance had already bowed and said, Young Master Seong, Miss Han, came with young Master Ling Shao. What Ling? Seong Kuin snorted coldly, and his eyes never left Jean Han. However, the moment he said the word Ling, the entire ancient hall suddenly fell silent. The greedy and wretched expression on Seong Kuin's face immediately froze. He wanted to hold Jean Han's hand, but he immediately kowtowed respectfully. So it's Miss Han, It's an honor to meet you. Jean Han's expression became even colder when she saw this. At this moment, she hoped that Seong Kuin would flirt with her. That way, she could also hope that her young master would kill this person on the spot. The death of Lord Xiaoyang that day was a great shock to everyone. What Jean Han yearned for was a young master who dared to go against the world for her. You will, right? If it was someone else who dared to tease me, young master would definitely kill that person. Miss Han, Xianyuan princess, Yaoguang Bodhisattva, this way please. The maid from the Sky Saint Merchant Alliance smiled when she saw this. However, there was a hint of disdain between her brows. She immediately led Jean Han, and the other 2 into the hall. When the crowd outside the hall surged in, Hua Mingxi's face flashed with a hint of disappointment. However, just as she was about to turn around and enter the hall, she suddenly saw a black-robed figure descending from the sky. He was handsome and had a celestial aura. The mountains and rivers were beautiful and magnificent, but they were not as bright as her young master's eyes. Lord Ling Shao. Hua Mingxi's face immediately brightened. She no longer cared about the prodigies from the various sects who were walking towards her. She quickly walked towards Ling Shao. However, at this moment she was slightly puzzled. Why was there no sign of praising the Empress? Young master, didn't praising the Empress come with you? Hua Mingxi bowed slightly and asked softly, Yes, my wife has been tired recently. I asked her to rest well in the courtyard. Ling Shao nodded indifferently. With Gu Chaoxiai's temperament, she had always been pure and unworldly. She was even more unwilling to come to such a crowded place to join in the fun. Moreover, she was indeed tired these few days and had not gotten out of bed yet. Of course, more importantly, Zhang Jiuji was here. Although Gu Chaoxiai had concealed her appearance when she killed Lei Yin, her temperament was too unique. Once Zhang Jiuji noticed something, it would attract a lot of suspicion. As such, before Zhang Jiuji exposed his demonic body, it was best that the 2 of them did not meet. Oh, young master, please. The 10,000 talents banquet is waiting for you. Hua Mingxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Tired? As far as she knew, she had not seen Lord Ling Shao and praising the Empress in the city these 2 days. How could they be tired? Suddenly, Hua Mingxi seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Ling Xiao with an inexplicable sense of respect. As expected of you. Strong, strong Lord Ling Xiao. Chapter 1162. The main hall of the Merchant Alliance was filled with singing and dancing. There was a mist of spirit qi flowing in the hall. Ling Xiao could see that all the containers used to store spirit fruits and spirit liquids in the hall were immortal artifacts. They were extravagant. The bright lantern was shining with auspicious signs. Young master, please. Hua Mingxi smiled faintly and led Ling Xiao to the front of the hall. Who is this young man? How could he make the flower fairy behave so humbly? You don't even know him? I advise you to get lost now. Otherwise, your life might be in danger later. Could it be? There was an uproar in the crowd. Everyone's eyes flickered with astonishment as they looked at the black-clothed, gentle-looking young man. In the entire Azure continent, the only person who could be treated so politely by Hua Mingxi was the young master of the Realm Lord Palace, and the one from the Taiguling people. After all, even if the divine martial grand princess and the saint of the literary sage Immortal Palace were here, Hua Mingxi did not take the initiative to welcome them. Suddenly, everyone's faces were filled with eagerness. Some of the talented girls had already taken out small mirrors and were about to walk toward Ling Xiao. Everything that Ling Xiao had done in the past few days could be said to have shaken the entire Azure continent. Regardless of whether it was leading the Black Devil Guards to attack the Xiao clan as a servant of the God Emperor, killing the Xiao clan's young master with his own hands, or arriving at the 4 great god dynasties and swearing to fight the heavenly demons to the end of eternity, the younger generation of Qing Sang saw a brave and righteous young master who dared to love and hate. Unlike the young master of the Realm Lord Palace, although Ling Xiao's status was also very high, he was not arrogant at all. He was simple and approachable in front of everyone. Of course, the premise was that they did not provoke Gu Chaosai. The young master's body had already been taken away by the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace. Unexpectedly, the forces that had inherited the great emperor's legacy did not even let out a fart and returned to their sects in the middle of the night. In fact, according to rumors, the palace master of the Saint Emperor Palace had already given the order to seal the sect and cultivate in seclusion. Qing Sang was in an uproar. Although many people had expected that the Holy Emperor Palace would not provoke the Ling people for a dead genius, their actions were still quite surprising. At the same time, the prodigies of this generation were increasingly fearful of Ling people. An invincible youth, an invincible clan. Thank goodness. This young man was a gentle and upright person. Otherwise, who knows how many dead souls and vengeful ghosts there would be in this azure sky world. Young master. When Jin Han, and the others saw the 2 people walking over side by side, they immediately stood up and bowed. Even Xianyuan Weiyang and Yao Guang were overjoyed. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. In the end, Ling Xiao sat between Jin Han, and Xianyuan Weiyang, ignoring the disappointment that flashed across Yao Guang's face. At this moment, there seemed to be a smile on his face. As the name suggested, the 10,000 Geniuses Banquet was a grand event for the Azure Firmament prodigies. In such a place, there would naturally be many people with providence. For example, there was a young man in an ink-green robe who was sitting opposite him. He had an ordinary appearance, but was full of elegance. 8,000 providence, 6th grade venerable realm, and the Tao heart of a literary sage. Folded Shadow had already investigated the prodigies who had recently arrived in Tao Sky City and reported to Ling Xiao. This person was called Zhao Badu. He was the sage of the literary sage Immortal Palace and had entered the Tao through literature. He was known as the reincarnation of the literary sage. Of course, in Ling Xiao's opinion, although it was elegant to enter the sage realm through literature, it was difficult to achieve the Tao. The struggle to become a celestial being was all about fighting and attacking. Could it be that you were delusional enough to think of reciting a poem and killing a strong opponent when you were fighting? Apart from this person, one of the 12 absolutes of the heavenly imperial palace, Wang Yan, also had some providence. He had 4,000 providence and was known to be invincible among his peers. As for Shen Jinggan, Nan Gongbiaha, and Xiang Kuan, they did not have any providence and were not worth mentioning. On the other hand, the princess of the divine martial kingdom, Wu Hongxi, had the highest providence among them, just as Ling Xiao had expected, even though those who attended a banquet like this were all renowned geniuses of the current generation. But the true monstrous geniuses who stood at the peak of the azure sky continent were mostly those who had no other thoughts, and they would utterly not come to join in the fun. I heard that young master likes wine. Mingxi specially brought a jar of 10,000-year-old monkey immortal wine for my clan. Young master, please try it first. I will accompany you to get drunk later, before we rest. Hua Mingxi waved her hand and took out a clay jar from her Qian Kuan ring. She placed it on the long table in front of Ling Xiao. Han, help me serve young master first. Don't worry. Go and do your work. Jean Han smiled charmingly. She opened the wine seal and filled Ling Xiao's jade cup. At this moment, she was curious as to why the domineering Gu Chaoxiai did not come with young master. However, it was good that no one would disturb her from having fun with young master. The rich aroma of the wine drifted in the air. Just a wisp of its aura intoxicated many of the prodigies present. The spiritual energy around them even showed signs of resonance. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the wine in the cup in surprise, and the smile on his face grew wider. If the Son of Heaven received such treatment, there would be many prodigies who would jump out to give him face. However, although the prodigies in the hall were envious, no one dared to show a trace of dissatisfaction. This immortal wine was good, but staying alive was more important. At the entrance of the hall, there were still some youths clustered together and looking at the magnificent scene in the hall. These people either had low statuses and were from small sects and clans, or their cultivations were so weak that they were not even qualified to enter the hall. Even so, they were still unwilling to leave. They wanted to stay outside the hall and witness the glory of the prodigies of the Azure Sky City, especially Master Ling Xiao, who is now the role model of the immortal Tao in the hearts of countless youths. Some people had even queued up in the middle of the night to see the young master. As expected of Master Ling Xiao, such an immortal charm, he really has the aura of the human sovereign. Yes, it's a pity that no matter how gentle the young master is, it's not our turn. Look at Hua Mingxi. She almost sent her body into the young master's arms. It's not just Hua Mingxi. Which one of the prodigies around the young master is not the white moonlight in the eyes of the world? But in front of the young master, they are only fit to serve tea and wine and sing. Hearing the envy in the crowd's tone, a young man in white shook his head slightly. His eyes were clear and cold, although he also yearned for this face that was admired by tens of thousands of people. He was not as superficial as the others. Prodigies and what not would only become stumbling blocks on the path of the immortal Tao. What he wanted was a pair for the rest of his life. Brother Yang, let's go? Beside him, Xia Jiming's face was gloomy as she spoke impatiently. At this moment, her figure was being squeezed and pushed by countless people. She was already on the verge of losing her temper. Moreover, looking at the black-clothed young man who was drinking and chatting in the hall and surrounded by beauties, Xia Jiming felt an indescribable resentment in her heart. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had already planted a soul imprint on her, so she could be considered the young master's servant. But why could they enter the hall to serve tea, but she could only stand outside and be drowned by the crowd? Unknowingly, Xia Jiming's resistance towards Ling Xiao had already dissipated. In fact, compared to Yang Yuan, what she yearned for more was the qualification to stand beside Ling Xiao. Junior sister Xia, wait a little longer. During the Myriad Talents banquet later, the Heaven Saint Trading Company will auction some spiritual treasures. Did you forget that I promised to buy you a gift? Yang Yuan's expression was sincere as he looked at Xia Jiming affectionately. But the moment he finished speaking, he saw the girl's face turn pale. She actually felt like vomiting. Was it too hot? Well, the entrance of this small hall was only a few feet wide, but there were thousands of people squeezing in. Sigh, junior sister, bear with it a little longer. As long as I get the inheritance of the reincarnation divine abode, I will definitely let you sit and eat in the next Myriad Talents banquet. Chapter 1163. Sigh. Xia Jiming sighed softly and didn't say anything else. In the past, she would still feel a little sad for Yang Yuan, but now she didn't have the slightest good impression of this senior brother that was constantly raising flags, yet was weak like an ant. Indeed, there were two different feelings inside and outside the show. It took time for one to rise up. If one had a choice who would be willing to waste time on life and death situations, he was born to be invincible and supreme. Wasn't that better? It was crowded outside the main hall. Inside the main hall, the prodigies were drinking wine, chatting, and enjoying the music. Hua Mingxi walked to the front and smiled sweetly. But just as she was about to speak, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. Second sister. Zhang Juji looked panicked, and his forehead was covered in sweat. At this moment, his expression was extremely serious. It was as if he had encountered an enormous problem. I know. Go and rest first. We'll talk later. Hua Mingxi raised her hand and stopped Zhang Juji from speaking. She had already guessed what her junior brother wanted to say. Lei Yun had probably not shown up. Now, all the clans and forces in the Azure Continent had their eyes on Dao Heaven City. If Lei Yun was here, there was no reason for her not to show up, unless she escaped back to her clan with serious injuries. But given Lei Yun's fiery temper, she would definitely send someone to Dao Heaven City to look for Zhang Juji if she escaped with serious injuries. At the very least, she would send a letter to tell Hua Mingxi the whole story. Hua Mingxi originally thought that Lei Yun had not shown up because she was worried, but now that all the prodigies were here, there was still no news of her. At this moment, Hua Mingxi was also panicking. Her face was pale and she had a guess. Lei Yun had probably died in the hands of that mysterious woman. But why was the Lightning Dragon clan not responding at all? Young miss, young miss? Hua Mingxi only snapped out of her daze when she heard several shouts in front of her. She looked at the crowd apologetically. I'm sorry, everyone. Since everyone is here, I'll announce the start of the 10,000 Geniuses banquet. Serve the dishes. As soon as Hua Mingxi finished speaking, countless maids walked out from the back of the hall. They were all wearing loose golden robes. The women each held some exquisite dishes in their hands. Spiritual light blossomed and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The banquet officially began. Compared to the liveliness in the hall, the crowd outside the hall appeared somewhat inferior. Right now, they could only watch as the countless heaven's favorites drank and ate. Other than envy, there was nothing else in their eyes. Nominally, this 10,000 Talents banquet is a banquet for all the geniuses who are here. However, the truth is that they are divided into different grades and ranks. Even if these youths with no background are talented, it will be difficult for them to catch the eye of the young master of the Hua family. Yang Yuan let out a cold snort and unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he could see the obvious envy in Xia Jiming's eyes. This feeling of not being able to fulfill her wish was very uncomfortable. Junior sister, don't worry. I know. Xia Jiming waved her hand impatiently. Once you find the divine palace of reincarnation, I will be completely free. At this moment, she had already guessed that Ling Xiao spared Yang Yuan's life, most likely because he wanted to use him to find the divine palace of reincarnation. However, she could not guess why the young master would spend so much effort to lure Yang Yuan to the Dao Tian Academy. Junior sister. Yang Yuan was slightly stunned, especially at this moment. Xia Jiming did not even look at him. Her annoyed tone and cold expression made him feel a little lost. So, how could love disappear? Isn't it because you're weak, pretentious, and ugly? Beep. The destined child is doubting himself. Congratulations to the host for plundering 3,000 luck points and 30,000 villain points. Hearing the system's voice, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked outside the hall without a trace. Steady, my little cutie. If you use up all your luck now, how can you make a difference in the Dao Tian Academy? For the first time in his life, Ling Xiao hoped that this leak could last a little longer. In the main hall, Hua Mingxi looked at the noisy crowd in front of her and walked to Zhang Juji's side tiredly. Little junior brother, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to walk around during this period of time? Second senior sister. Fifth senior sister hasn't appeared for a long time. Did something happen? Zhang Jiuji did not care about Hua Mingxi's words at all. His eyes were solemn and his face was extremely gloomy. I don't know. Little junior brother, all the geniuses are here today. Did you see the woman who tried to kill the two of you that day? Hua Mingxi sighed. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Vaguely, she had sensed a hint of a conspiracy. However, Hua Mingxi did not know if this conspiracy was targeted at Lei Yun and Zhang Jiuji, or the six of them. Hearing this, Zhang Jiuji immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the main hall. His gaze swept across everyone, and he finally shook his head. No, senior sister. I have a divine talisman that was given to me by Master. Master said that I can contact my 5 senior sisters at critical times. How about there's no need for now? Before we know who the enemy is, it's best not to expose the identities of your other senior sisters. How about this? After the banquet ends, I will personally report to Father and ask him to send the powerful cultivators of the Hua family to find Lei Yun's whereabouts. Hua Mingxi said indifferently. With her scheming, Zhang Jiuji could not be compared to her. If this conspiracy was targeted at the 6 of them, or even Master, then Lei Yun's disappearance could be a bait. The purpose was to lure all of them out and capture them in one fell swoop. Okay, I will listen to senior sister. Zhang Jiuji nodded slightly. He also had some doubts in his heart. When he left the demon region with his 5th senior sister and stepped into the Azure Land, he did not hide this matter at all. If his senior sister had really met with misfortune, why did the Heavenly Wolf tribe and the Thunder Dragon tribe not react at all? At this moment, many geniuses in the main hall looked at Zhang Jiuji and Hua Mingxi, who were chatting intimately. Their eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. With young Master Hua's status, they could still tolerate serving the young master of the Ling people. However, who was this young man in linen clothes? The incident of Zhang Jiuji that day had already spread throughout the entire Dao Heaven City. In fact, today many geniuses who secretly admired Hua Mingxi came to verify the rumors. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. The relationship between this young man in linen clothes and Hua Mingxi was not ordinary. Chapter 1164. Lord Ling Xiao. Hua Mingxi picked up a jade cup from the table and walked to Ling Xiao and the others. She had regained her usual gentleness. Lei Yun's matter was irreversible, but her fate was still hanging by a thread. It was said that the little god of wealth of the Liu family was about to come out of seclusion. Although this person had never entered the sequence, he was still one of the top 100 heroes, and he was believed to be the opportunity for the Liu family to unify the 3 major alliances. This 1,000 talents banquet was Hua Mingxi's last chance. As long as she could successfully sell the 10 treasures she brought at a high price, she could temporarily extend the Hua family's fate. Otherwise, there would be nothing she could do. Although the 3 major alliances had a deep foundation, the ones in power were always the younger generation. This was also why the Sky Saint Business Alliance could dominate most of the auction houses in the Azure continent and last for 100,000 years. Delegating power appropriately to train the newcomers would allow the Sky Saint Business Alliance to last for thousands of years. Miss Hua, you don't look happy. Did you encounter any difficulties? Ling Xiao held the jade cup and sipped the wine, but he did not look at Hua Mingxi. But the more he acted like this, the more Hua Mingxi felt that he was superior and mysterious. In fact, anyone who could enter young master's eyes would feel honored and longed for it. It's nothing. Let's not disturb the young master's mood. Hua Mingxi smiled bitterly and poured herself a cup of wine. She raised her head and drank it. Instantly, her face turned red and her eyes blurred. She looked a little drunk. Miss, you've given me good wine and treated me so warmly. If there's anything I can help you with, you don't have to treat me like an outsider. Although my talent is average and my family background is ordinary, but in this azure sky world I still have some power. Ling Xiao looked up and smiled gently. There was a charming sincerity on his face. Young master, you are like this, low-key and simple, making people feel warm. Yes, Mingxi, don't be so polite with the young master. If you have any difficulties, tell us and make us happy. Jin Han hugged Hua Mingxi's arm and gave her a look. The day before yesterday, the young master had specifically instructed her to investigate the background of the youth in linen. However, Hua Mingxi still had some misgivings in her heart and did not say much. Now that she saw the two of them whispering to each other with worried expressions, it was most likely that they had encountered difficulties. What is young master good at? Of course, it was to help others and solve their problems. This Sai, to tell you the truth, a close friend of mine has recently gone missing. I suspect that she might have met with some mishap. With Hua Mingxi's temperament, even if she believed in Jin Han, and Ling Zhao's character, she would not dare to expose her relationship with Lei Yin. After all, the demon clan and the human clan were mortal enemies. Although the Realm Lord was missing, the Realm Lord Palace still had some influence. As the young mistress of the Heavenly Saint Merchant Alliance's Hua family, the flower fairy who was the center of attention, she naturally did not want to be involved in the rumors. Moreover, his master's identity was also not to be doubted. Best friend? Missing? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He put down the jade cup and looked at Hua Mingxi with a serious gaze. Flower fairy, you can tell me more details. I have indeed heard that many geniuses have gone missing in the Azure continent. I wonder if this matter is related. You have also heard about it? Hua Mingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. She was clearly surprised. That's right. Since the appearance of the Sky Demon, countless geniuses in the Azure continent have been killed by it. Even I have been killed by it several times. Sai, it's my fault. I have failed to live up to everyone's expectations. I bear the reputation of being invincible, but I am powerless to stop this disaster. The Sky Demon has schemed against me and escaped every time. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He looked a little lonely. But when these words fell into the ears of the crowd, countless disciples of the various clans were instantly filled with respect. Young master, you are really humble. If you are powerless to stop it, what should we do? Ever since Ling Xiao was born, he seemed to have an irreconcilable feud with the Sky Demon. He fought with the Foliaceae and created the Sky Demon with Xue Xiaojun. He fought in the Supreme Secret Realm and fought against a Supreme Secret Realm puppet with his own strength. It was a narrow escape. In the Spirit God territory, it was young master who descended from the sky and saw through the strangeness of the Sky Demon. He annihilated the Sky Demon's henchmen. It could even be said that without Ling Xiao, the Sky Demon would have been fully fledged. That's right. Young master was unable to kill this demon for the world, but he bought precious time for the clans of the Azure continent. Young master, you mean you are suspecting? Hua Mingxi's pretty face turned pale. Her jade-like hand covered her red lips unconsciously. Her eyes were filled with shock. That's right. She had thought of countless reasons for Lei Yun's disappearance, but she had neglected the fact that the sky demon had descended to kill people and steal their fortunes in this chaotic world. As the young master of the Thunder Dragon clan, Lei Yun had many trump cards. But from another point of view, wasn't she also a lot of fortunes? Killing her alone would allow one to obtain a supreme fortune. This was much more convenient than finding the secret realm. It was said that when the supreme secret realm of the Void Zone appeared, the demon had killed several geniuses of the ancient clans. By doing this, 1, it could reduce the fortune of the human clan. 2, it could also steal the treasures in their hands. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Beep. The destined woman has overthought things. She has fallen into a trap. Congratulations to the host for stealing 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. This is only my guess. I wonder who Miss Hua's best friend is. Is it worth it for the sky demon to kill her? Ling Xiao pretended to be profound. The meaning in his words was self-evident. I, the sky demon, do not kill nameless people. The more he acted like this, the more Hua Mingxi believed that maybe Lei Yin had really met a demon, or else she had no enemies. Who would be willing to bear the revenge of the Thunder Dragon clan and kill her? Of course, it wasn't that Hua Mingxi believed Ling Xiao's words. It was just that a seed had been planted in her heart. Once this seed is nourished by rain, it will flourish and grow. Ling Xiao only needed to present the plot he had planned out to the young master of the Hua clan step by step. By then, she would have no choice but to believe him. Young master, Hua Mingxi suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with sparkling eyes. From the beginning to the end, she didn't call him Master Ling Xiao because she had already secretly investigated Ling Xiao's hobbies and all his movements in the past few months. Her goal was to understand the young master in all aspects so that she could completely conquer him. Master Ling Xiao was gentle and low-key. He hated it when others used his identity to bluff. He always used his strength to prove that he could bear the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race. Young Master is a professional when it comes to dealing with the sky demon. Why don't I take this opportunity to discuss the demon slaying plan with Young Master? Forget it. Young Master. To be honest, my good friend is the Young Master of the Thunder Dragon clan. This time, he came to the Heaven Dao City to find me. Unexpectedly, he was intercepted in the mountain domain and disappeared. Hearing that, Yao Guang and Shenyuan Weiyang were stunned. However, when they saw the indifference on Ling Xiao's face, they didn't dare to say anything in the end. Instead, they focused on tasting the pastries on the table. However, for some reason, when the maidservant of the Heaven Saint Merchant Union brought over a bowl of fresh soup, the 2 of them pretended to vomit at the same time. Their faces were extremely ugly. Was it a coincidence? Could it be that the person Gu Chaoxiai killed was really the young master of the Thunder Dragon clan? Seeing that, many geniuses around were stunned. They looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of admiration in their eyes. Young master, this is a double blessing. Oh, the young master of the Thunder Dragon clan? Ling Xiao didn't care about the crowd's gazes. He frowned even more. Have you seen the person who intercepted and killed her? Is he wearing a strange armor and has an ordinary appearance? No. According to my younger brother, it was a woman with a unique temperament and unparalleled charm. Chapter 1165. Little brother? What little brother? Miss Hua. Do you mean that when young Lord Lei Yun was killed, there was someone beside her, and he managed to escape? The jade cup in Ling Xiao's hand trembled slightly. With his temperament, he could actually reveal such an expression. One could imagine the shock in his heart. That's right. Hua Mingxi frowned slightly, and her face turned serious. Young master, is there something wrong? Oh, nothing. How is your little brother's cultivation level? Ling Xiao shook his head and tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. However, there was still a trace of deep meaning between his brows. 5th level of the Venerable Realm. What is young Lord Lei Yun's cultivation level? 6th or 7th level of the Venerable Realm. In other words, someone killed young Lord Lei Long, who was at the 6th or 7th level of the Venerable Realm, but let a person at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm escape. Ling Xiao nodded silently and frowned. It seems that things are not as simple as I thought. I wonder if the little brother that Miss Hua mentioned is here. Can you tell me in detail what happened that day so that I can find clues as soon as possible? If it was really done by the Sky Demon, I will definitely seek justice for young Lord Lei Yin. Young Master! Hua Mingxi's eyes trembled slightly. Although she knew that Ling Xiao hated the Sky Demon to the core, she knew that he had done everything personally regarding this demon. He even said that if the Sky Demon did not die, he would be immortal. However, it seemed that she had underestimated her young master's determination to kill this demon for the human race. Ordinary geniuses, even if they had a supreme background, would tremble in fear when they heard the two words Sky Demon. Even before Ling Xiao was born, no one in the entire Azure world dared to mention the two words Sky Demon. The 9 heavens feared it, and its demonic power was unparalleled. It was Lord Ling Xiao who took the lead time and time again to confront the Sky Demon. He raised the morale of the human race and made the people in the Azure world believe that the Sky Demon was not unkillable. Now, the two words Sky Demon was still a taboo for the real top experts in the world. However, under the influence of Ling Xiao, this group of geniuses gradually let down their guard. Of course, all of this was done intentionally by Ling Xiao, and his objective was precisely to draw out those children of destiny that were hidden from the world and make them appear in the world to annihilate the devils. Otherwise, if you hide in the ancient cave all day long, how can I kill you? Of course, Ling Xiao deliberately mentioned Zhang Juji at this time, just to cleverly lead him into the situation. Some secrets, of course, had to be discovered by others. Only then would it not seem deliberate. Little Nine, come here. Hua Mingxi waved her hand and called Zhang Juji to her side. He sat down next to her. This scene caused many of the surrounding sky prides to narrow their eyes and their faces to turn gloomy. Hua Mingxi was publicly recognized as a beauty in the Azure continent. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, her background was even more terrifying. That's right, there shouldn't be any fetters on the path to immortality. Women will only hinder our path to the heavens. However, rich women were an exception. In this world, in terms of wealth, who would dare to say that they could be compared to the young master of the Hua clan? Marrying her was equivalent to marrying the treasury of a celestial sect that had been passed down for 100,000 years. This scene was naturally easily noticed by Ling Xiao, and a wisp of a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. Little brother, I heard from Mingxi that you were once traveling with young Master Lei Yin and encountered an assassination? Mingxi? Hua Mingxi's pretty face was stunned. She could only feel her little heart thumping wildly. It was a sudden burst of excitement. Don't worry. In this Azure continent, although I, Ling Xiao, am only an ordinary cultivator, I have always been at odds with the devils. You can tell me in detail what happened that day. Perhaps I can help you find young Master Lei Yin. Ling Xiao said indifferently, picked up the jade cup and took a sip. Hearing this, Zhang Juji frowned. Although he had already seen the courage of this young master of the Ling people, it didn't mean that he could completely trust him. After all, Lei Yin's matter involved a lot of people. He didn't even know who his enemy was. How could his second senior sister sell him out? Zhang Juji looked deeply at Hua Mingxi, only to hear the latter suddenly send a sound transmission with her soul. Little junior brother, don't worry. I didn't reveal your identity. Just tell me what happened at that time. With the foundation of the Ling people, it might be easy to find the assassin you met that day. Hearing this, Zhang Juji's expression became better, and he nodded with a serious expression. Young master, that day how did you escape? Ling Xiao didn't give Zhang Juji the chance to speak, and said calmly. Zhang Juji heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to explain the situation that day, he was stunned by Ling Xiao's sudden question. Of course, you don't have to say it. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, as if it had nothing to do with him. His attitude was obviously telling Zhang Juji that he was helping him because of Hua Mingxi. If you're still hiding something, I'm sorry, but you can slowly find it yourself. Young master, to be honest, it was Lei Yun's sister who stopped that woman and gave me a spiritual talisman. That's how I was able to escape. Zhang Juji sighed. At this time, he deliberately hid his face and voice. Even Ling Xiao didn't realize that he was the young man who took away his divine thunder in the Tianyan region. Oh, if you can escape so easily, then Lei Yun shouldn't be in danger. Let's wait a little longer. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. Hearing this, Zhang Juji was a little anxious. Wait a little longer? If we wait a little longer, my 5th senior sister will be in danger. No. Young master, I didn't escape with the spiritual talisman, but what? Hua Mingxi frowned slightly. Back then, Zhang Juji only told her that he was attacked, but didn't say that he fell into the stupa abyss and encountered a fortune. At this time, seeing that he was stammering, a hint of anger appeared on her face. She didn't expect that this seemingly simple and honest junior brother was still a little wary of her. Ling Xiao had already expected the situation in front of him. People always had some secrets that they didn't want to share. Zhang Juji obviously obtained a precious treasure in the stupa abyss, and it was an evil treasure. Although he and Hua Mingxi were senior and junior sisters, this was the first time they met, so he wouldn't easily say this. Of course, even if Ling Xiao miscalculated this step, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't affect his plan too much. However, it seemed that these 2 senior and junior sisters had already fallen into his control. He only needed to gently touch Hua Mingxi, and this young master of the Hua family would be completely lost. I was in a hurry and fell into the stupa abyss. The 2 sage stage experts who were chasing after me didn't dare to enter the abyss, so I was lucky to escape. Zhang Juji looked embarrassed. Since things had already come to this, he didn't dare to hide anything. However, seeing the disappointment in Hua Mingxi's eyes, Zhang Juji still felt a little guilty. Beep, the son of destiny and the daughter of destiny have a rift in their hearts. Congratulations to the host for plundering 4,000 luck points and 40,000 villain points. Chapter 1166. His experience in the stupa abyss was Zhang Juji's biggest secret. This secret was even related to his fate in the immortal path. The Rakshasa clan was the evilest clan in the world. Especially after the sky demon died and the immortal race took over the world, the Rakshasa clan, Nether clan, Azura clan, and other clans were either slaughtered or sealed in other small worlds to survive. Once he exposed the Rakshasa demonic intent in the 9-sun stupa, he would definitely be targeted by people with ill intentions. At that time, the crime of colluding with demons would be pinned on him. Zhang Juji could not bear this sin at all. If not for the situation today, he was really worried about Lei Yun's safety and was intimidated by the aura of the Ling people's young master. He had no choice but to say this. 5th senior sister could be said to have exchanged her life for his chance to escape. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he had to save her, the young master of the Ling people. Just this identity alone meant that Ling Xiao was destined to have an important position in the Azure Sky world. As long as he was willing to help, Zhang Juji believed that Lei Yun's whereabouts could be found very quickly. What? You mean you fell into the stupa abyss, escaped the pursuit of 2 sage stage cultivators, and then walked out unscathed? Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and even his voice unconsciously rose a few octaves. Instantly, he attracted a lot of attention, especially those disciples who were already dissatisfied with Zhang Juji. At this moment, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. If this young man was close to Master Ling Xiao, they would not dare to be too presumptuous. But now, it seemed that the young master had something against him. Observe further. Young master. Sure. Zhang Jiuji made a shushing gesture, and his face turned pale. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Mingxi with a serious expression, only to see that the young master of the Hua clan was also puzzled, and her brows were tightly knitted. The Stupa Abyss was known as the Azure Sky Forbidden Area, not to mention a young venerable. Even a supreme stage cultivator would die if he entered rashly. Throughout history, Hua Mingxi did not seem to have heard of anyone who entered the Stupa Abyss and escaped unscathed. Could it be that little junior brother is still hiding something from me? Inexplicably, a hint of resentment flashed across Hua Mingxi's face. She had confided in Zhang Jiuji without holding anything back. She believed every word he said, but now it seemed that her sincerity was in vain. Haha, I didn't see it. Young Master Hua, this little brother of yours is quite brave. Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled with a mocking expression. When they saw this scene, a wisp of ruthlessness appeared on the faces of the geniuses in the hall. They were already secretly thinking about how they should teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Are you trying to act cool here? What good would come of pretending to be superior to Master Ling Xiao? Young master, all right, since this little brother of yours is unwilling to tell the truth, he must have his reasons. Forget it. For the sake of young Master Hua, I will send Ling people's black guards to follow the path between the Demon Realm and Dao Heaven City to find out the whereabouts of young Master Lei Yin. If there is any news, I will tell you. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Mingxi with a clear gaze, but it caused the young master of the Hua clan's face to freeze, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Thank you, young master. Young master is indeed as righteous and loyal as the rumors say. Hua Mingxi smiled sweetly, but Ling Xiao only picked up the jade cup, sipped the wine, and turned to talk to Shen Yuan Weiyang. Seeing this, Hua Mingxi gritted her teeth and bowed to Ling Xiao. Then Mingxi will not disturb young master. Little Jiu, follow me. With that, Hua Mingxi did not dare to hesitate and turned to walk towards the back of the hall. Young Master Hua. Just now, young master had clearly called her Mingxi, but because Zhang Jiuji did not know what was good for him, he took the initiative to distance himself from her. Although it was just a small address, it caused Hua Mingxi to feel an indescribable sense of loneliness. Second senior sister, what's wrong? In the back of the ancient palace, Zhang Jiuji looked at the angry Hua Mingxi and frowned. What's wrong? Don't you think you should explain to me what's going on? Why didn't you tell me that you fell into the Stupa Abyss? Hua Mingxi's tone was cold, and even the aura on her body seemed to be cold. Second senior sister didn't ask me either. Zhang Jiuji complained casually, and seeing that Hua Mingxi seemed to be really angry, he quickly put on a smile. It's my fault. I didn't tell second senior sister the truth before, but senior sister, when I fled into the Stupa Abyss in a hurry, I thought that I would definitely die. It was because of the Heaven Origin immortal technique that Master passed to me that I was lucky enough to escape with my life. I thought that this matter had nothing to do with fifth senior sister's disappearance, so I didn't take the initiative to mention it. If there's a next time, be careful that I'll beat you up. Hua Mingxi snorted coldly, but the anger on her face dissipated a lot. This matter indeed did not have much to do with Lei Yun's disappearance, but little junior brother's luck was really heaven-defying. Master Ling Xiao did not believe this kind of thing, and even Hua Mingxi was skeptical about it. Second senior sister, I swear with my Dao heart that I did fall into the Stupa Abyss, so I escaped with my life. Otherwise, okay, I believe you. Hua Mingxi sighed softly. Rather than saying that she believed Zhang Jiuji, it was better to say that she believed in her master. With her master's character and means, the disciple that she taught must be a person with a righteous character who would keep his words. Although falling into the Stupa Abyss was a little ridiculous, but Hua Mingxi was willing to believe this little junior brother again. However, it seemed that all the efforts that she had put in previously were in vain. Now, Lord Ling Xiao was most likely dissatisfied with her. Should I deliberately ease the relationship with young master? Hua Mingxi frowned slightly, as if she was in deep thought. After a while, her eyes flashed with determination, and she turned to Zhang Juji and said, "Little junior brother, let's not talk about your fifth senior sister for now. Since Lord Ling Xiao promised to help us find her, he will not go back on his words. The experts that I sent to the demon region should be back soon, and then everything will come to light." Yes, Zhang Juji nodded slightly. From the bottom of his heart, of course, he did not want to be enemies with Lord Ling Xiao. However, what he said today was the truth. If young master did not believe him, what could he do? Let's go. This 10,000 talents banquet should enter the highest level. Hua Mingxi smiled, and a look of confidence bloomed on her face again. She took the lead and walked into the hall. Behind her, Zhang Juji hesitated for a while, but eventually walked out. Now that he had just been born, it was a great opportunity to get to know the talents in the world. At the very least, he had to figure out the background of these people so that he could deal with them calmly in the future. Everyone. In the hall, Hua Mingxi waved her hand lightly, and the beautiful maidservant who was playing the zither and dancing bowed immediately and retreated into the hall. Seeing this, the geniuses' faces were filled with anticipation. This was because they knew that the most eye-catching moment of the 10,000 Talents banquet was coming up. Chapter 1167. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Mingxi has personally selected 10 spirit treasures for the young masters and saintesses for the Myriad Talents banquet this time. The quality of these spirit treasures are all top-notch. Mingxi can guarantee that they are all very good items. Hua Mingxi had bright eyes and white teeth. Her smile was charming. Even her voice was gentle and delicate. It made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze and had a good impression of her. She was wearing a white robe. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her face seemed to be glowing. Her appearance alone was enough to dazzle the disciples of the various ancient sects and clans. They all had the intention to compete with her. Do you understand now? Why is it that beauties host all the auctions? Not only because they are pleasing to the eye, but they can also bring up the atmosphere. Which man doesn't want to show off in front of a beauty? Haha, 10 numinous treasures? I wonder if Fairy Mingxi is among the 10 numinous treasures? If so, I will definitely bang Fairy Mingxi, even if I have to go bankrupt. In the crowd, Xiang Kuan laughed sinisterly. Instantly, everyone in the hall roared. In the past banquets, everyone had heard that the Sky Sacred Business Alliance had auctioned off some strange things. There were many peerless women and even powerful demons among them. Of course, most of these creatures were from the lower realm. They were captured by those who wanted to be slaves. As for what kind of slave they were, it depended on the mood of the master. Haha, young Master Xiang, you must be joking. Mingxi's value cannot be measured by spirit stones. However, if someone can win Mingxi's heart, not only will he not have to spend spirit stones, he will also receive billions of Hua family's wealth. Hua Mingxi glanced at Ling Xiao discreetly. In terms of status, background, appearance, and talent, this young master of the Ling people could be said to be the best in the world. If she were to marry one day, she would definitely marry such a peerless talent. Beep, the destined girl has feelings for the villain. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Ha ha ha! Then what kind of surprise did Fairy Mingxi bring us this time? Yes, Fairy Mingxi, quickly take it out and let us feast our eyes. All the geniuses had anxious looks on their faces. It was obvious that they were looking forward to it as well. From the beginning to the end, the successor of the literary saint Immortal Palace, Zhao Badu, had a carefree look on his face. He even sighed from time to time. It was obvious that he found it difficult to accept the vulgarity and shallowness of the crowd. This was especially true for Xiang Kuan. This sacred palace genius was simply a walking scum who was constantly thinking about the matters between men and women. Of course, it was said that this person cultivated the yin-yang technique. There was a saying that he had 3,000 concubines and ascended in broad daylight. If that's the case, Huang Mingxi clapped her jade-like hands when she saw that the atmosphere was becoming more and more lively. A maidservant behind her walked over with a spirit plate. There was a crimson ancient sword on it that was surrounded by a myriad of immortal radiance. An extremely hot fluctuation immediately spread out. It was as if one was in a sea of fire, causing one's heart to feel inexplicably hot. Good sword. As they sensed the terrifying flame energy circulating in the air, the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Their eyes instantly blossomed with brilliance. This sword is called Scarlet Sunday. It's a peerless emperor weapon. The starting price is 1 spirit stone. Everyone, if you're interested, you can start bidding now. Hua Mingxi smiled faintly. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke. An emperor weapon. A peerless emperor weapon right off the bat. Doesn't that mean that a sacred weapon will appear in this auction? The atmosphere in the hall instantly heated up. In the Azure world, a sacred weapon was a supreme treasure. Even the immortal factions mostly had sacred weapons as their foundation. A peerless emperor weapon was a blessing for the younger generation. 1 spirit stone. Outside the hall, Yang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned to Xia Jiming beside him and said, "Junior sister, if there's anything you like, feel free to tell me." "Oh," Xia Jiming nodded nonchalantly. She no longer had any expectations for Yang Yuan. "Feel free to tell you if there's anything you like?" "Senior brother, if I tell you, are you going to say that you'll do whatever you want when you obtain the blessing of heaven's sanctum in the future? Or did the price of 1 spirit stone give you confidence again?" Xia Jiming shook her head, a mocking look on her face. Seeing this, Yang Yuan frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with determination. "What a beautiful ancient sword!" Jean Han sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. At this moment, she could feel that the heat emitted from the sword was extremely compatible with her bloodline. However, before she left, she did not bring too many spirit stones with her. Moreover, the first spirit treasure of the 10,000 talents banquet had always attracted a lot of competition. After all, Hua Mingxi was very popular, and there were many geniuses from various clans who were willing to support her. Given the status of the people in the hall, her chances of obtaining the treasure were close to 0. It's a peerless emperor weapon. I'll bid 20,000 spirit stones. Just as the geniuses were about to bid, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from afar. Ling Xiao held a jade cup in his hand and casually called out a price. The value of an emperor weapon could no longer be measured by spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones was too much of a joke. But at this moment, hearing Ling Xiao's voice, the faces of the people who were originally eager to give it a try suddenly froze. They resentfully put away their thoughts, and no one dared to bid for it. What a joke! With Master Ling Xiao's status, if he really wanted a spirit treasure, there were many factions in the Azure world who would willingly offer it to him. What was the difference between competing with him and seeking death? 20,000 spirit stones? Of course, there were always some people in this world who liked to use the most brainless method to show off. Then, under the ridicule of the crowd, they would turn around and slap themselves in the face. Such people were usually called Heaven's Mandate. No one wants to bid. 20,000 spirit stones for a peerless emperor weapon was definitely a huge loss for the Sky Saint Business Alliance. However, at this moment, there was no trace of regret on Hua Mingxi's face. In fact, there was a sincere smile. To be able to exchange an emperor weapon for a favorable impression from the young master was a great fortune for her. Hua Mingxi had already made up her mind. She would definitely give the most precious treasure in this auction to young master, not to mention just 1 treasure. In this way, the resentment in his heart could be considered to have been appeased. 20,000, 1,000 spirit stones. Just as Hua Mingxi nodded with a smile and waved her hand to signal the maidservant beside her to bring the ancient scarlet sun sword to the young master, a low voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Hearing the voice, everyone was stunned. Then they turned their heads in shock and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Yang Yuan nodded at Hua Mingxi calmly, as if he didn't know what mistake he had made. 100,000. Ling Zhao's eyes were calm. He didn't even look at Yang Yuan as he said softly, "Oh, Miss Hua, I wonder if I can use a demon core or a spiritual item to exchange for this item." Demon core spiritual item? Hearing this, the shock on everyone's faces disappeared. Their eyes were suddenly filled with ridicule. Even Xia Jiming held her forehead and quietly distanced herself from Yang Yuan. This, according to the rules of the Sky Saint Business Alliance, other spirit treasures are not allowed to be auctioned. Hua Mingxi shook her head and sized up Yang Yuan. At this moment, although there was no obvious disdain on her face, her tone was cold. "Oh, then I wonder if this item can be exchanged for this emperor weapon?" Chapter 1168. The entire ancient palace was silent. Everyone looked at the white-robed figure standing outside the palace in shock. Their eyes were full of mockery. A young man who did not even have the right to enter the palace was not only fighting for Lord Ling Zhao's fortune, but he was also deliberately pretending to be so? Why did this sound like it was filled with disdain? It was early in the morning. How could he drink so much just for a few dishes? This fluctuation. It's the spiritual crystal, chalcedony. It's the spiritual crystal, chalcedony. However, before the mockery on everyone's faces disappeared, someone beside Yang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, even Hua Mingxi's pretty face was slightly stunned. The spiritual crystal chalcedony was a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It had always been born in places with rich spiritual qi. Its value was terrifying. For some alchemists, it was comparable to a divine artifact and could not be bought with money. Yang Yuan had obtained this spiritual crystal chalcedony when he entered the supreme secret realm from the inheritance cave of the Heaven Sanctum. Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm when his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. But in the past few days, Xia Jiming's anxious appearance really made his heart ache. After all, as long as he obtained the ancient scripture in the Dao Tian Academy, he would be able to open the reincarnation palace and obtain the supreme fortune inside. A single piece of spirit crystal jade essence seemed insignificant now. Junior sister Xia had not abandoned him and had willingly accompanied him on this adventure. She had also saved his life many times in the supreme secret realm. Yang Yuan would never forget this kindness. In the face of love, the fortune of a spiritual object was worthless. Junior sister, I can give up everything for you. Of course, this kind of love was enough to shake the 9 heavens when it came to the chosen one. If it was a villain, he would be a complete bootlicker. It's the spiritual crystal, chalcedony. Hua Mingxi was also surprised. It was said that such a spiritual item of heaven and earth could be found everywhere in the ancient times. However, it was rare now that the qi of heaven and earth had declined. This spiritual crystal chalcedony was worth more than 1 million spiritual stones. It was comparable to a peerless emperor weapon. Moreover, the spirit marrow in Yang Yuan's hand was the size of a finger, a rare quality. Suddenly, Hua Mingxi's eyes flashed with hesitation. Although she intended to curry favor with Ling Xiao at this time, since it was an auction, fairness was naturally important. Otherwise, it would be smashing the reputation of the Heavenly Saint Merchant Union. Losing spirit stones was her personal matter, but damaging the Merchant Alliance's reputation was a heinous crime. Even Hua Mingxi did not dare to offend her. Seeing the conflicted look on the face of the young master of the Flower Tribe, many of the Sky Prides frowned and felt resentful. Damn it, this brat actually managed to pull it off. However, how could a young man who didn't even have the right to participate in the myriad talents banquet possess such a heaven-defying spiritual item. Inexplicably, many of the Sky Pride's eyes flickered with greed. The treasure boy came uninvited? Junior sister, come, let's enter the palace. Yang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he stealthily glanced at Xiaojiming. As expected, he saw a smear of astonishment on her face. The gloominess in his heart was instantly swept away. Women always needed surprises. The total number of monster cores and spirit stones he had added up to less than 20,000. But I don't have spirit stones, but I have precious treasures. How about it? Will you give me full marks for this competition? I want the sacred weapon. I want respect, and more importantly, look at those arrogant Sky Prides from the various clans. Right now, their faces are filled with shock and fear. This feeling is really exhilarating. Yang Yuan only looked up at Hua Mingxi after the two of them entered the palace. At this moment, his expression was still extremely indifferent. It was as if a spiritual crystal chalcedony was not worth mentioning to him at all. Miss Hua, this spiritual crystal chalcedony should be worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, right? Yang Yuan smiled faintly. His attitude was calm, and he did not seem to be arrogant. Even though he had put on such a big show, he was not as arrogant as the others. Also, Miss Hua, do I have the right to take a seat in the Myriad Talents banquet? When the Sky Prides entered the palace earlier, they were either asked to show their sect badges or provide proof of their wealth. Otherwise, this small ancient palace would not be able to accommodate so many disciples of the various clans. Yang Yuan and Hua Mingxi were blocked out of the palace just like that. Although the Void sect was one of the top factions in the Void domain, it was difficult for them to reach the top in the Azure world. Moreover, Yang Yuan was not the young master nor one of the 100 talents of the human clan. He was not qualified to enter the palace at all. However, now that he had taken out the spiritual crystal chalcedony to prove his identity, Hua Mingxi should have prepared 2 seats for him. Moreover, a peerless emperor weapon was worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Only a fool would continue to compete with him. 2,000,000. However, just as Yang Yuan was staring at Hua Mingxi confidently, a deep voice sounded from the top of the palace. Hearing this, everyone's eyes narrowed and they immediately looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Ling Xiao was holding a jade cup and sipping it calmly. He did not even look at Yang Yuan. Things like spirit stones were completely useless to Ling Xiao, and 2,000,000 was just a number. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of spirit stones in the Qiankuan bag that Ling Yuanxing had given him. Just the fact that he had plundered the ancient sects and immortal sects over the years had accumulated a lot of spirit stones. However, 2,000,000 spirit stones was an astronomical figure to the geniuses of the various sections. However, the young master's expression was so calm and relaxed. Suddenly, countless geniuses trembled. Their eyes were watery and moist. Because of Ling Xiao's casual actions, they had almost reached the pinnacle of happiness in their lives. How domineering! How rich was he! The young master of the Taiguling people was indeed rich and powerful. When they looked at Yang Yuan again, the calmness on his face had long frozen. He looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. His lips trembled, and he did not know what to say. Was the young master of the Ling people a fool? A peerless emperor weapon was worth 2,000,000 spirit stones. No, he was a prop. He must be a prop. To Yang Yuan, 1 spirit jade crystal marrow was already the limit of what he could show off. Other than that, he could not even take out 30,000 spirit stones. Haha, young master, it seems like you still can't get a seat at the 10,000 talents banquet. Hua Mingxi smiled sweetly and bowed slightly to express her apology. Then, she raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the hall's door. Please. At this moment, her tone was extremely gentle, and even her attitude was humble. However, to Yang Yuan, such words and actions were nothing short of humiliating. TSK, my face hurts. Beep, The destined child has been slapped in the face and is prone to depression. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Beside him, Xia Jiming sighed softly and turned to walk out of the hall. Wait, wait. As if seeing the disappointment in his junior sister's eyes, Yang Yuan's heart trembled. He suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. Chapter 1169. Let's go, Brother Yang. Hearing Yang Yuan's shout, Xia Jiming frowned and said helplessly, Let's go out. She could feel the mockery and ridicule in everyone's eyes. The feeling of being treated as a joke made her feel extremely ashamed. What a disgrace! The moment Yang Yuan stepped into the hall, she had a bad feeling. If you want to bid for treasures, then bid for treasures. Why did you have to do something so superfluous and enter the upper echelons of Qingsong? This was great. Young master, Yang Yuan took a deep breath and looked calmly at Ling Xiao. My junior sister likes this sword very much. I wonder if you can part with it. Yang Yuan will remember this friendship. The first item was a peerless emperor weapon. Moreover, because of Ling Xiao's bid, the Qingsong geniuses did not dare to compete for it. However, if there were more saint weapons to be auctioned, Yang Yuan's spiritual jade marrow would not be able to compete with them. Oh, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and put the jade cup on the table. He looked at Yang Yuan seriously. No. Xian Yuan Weiyang pursed her red lips, but she could not help but laugh. Hearing this, the hall was filled with laughter and mockery. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Remember it in your heart and then silently pray for young master's fortune? Do you think your kindness is more valuable than an emperor weapon, or what? What a joke! You speak as if he is more powerful than young master. Where did this fool come from? Facing the tide of laughter and mockery, Yang Yuan's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. However, before he could speak again, Huang Mingxi said impatiently, If this young master does not leave the hall, I will have to send someone to ask you to leave. Boom! Suddenly, 2 Saint Realm auras rose and fell from the back of the hall. Yang Yuan glared at the crowd and turned to walk out of the hall. Junior sister, don't be anxious. Who knows? There might be even more low-grade sacred artifacts. Let's wait a little longer. It was not until the two walked out of the hall that Yang Yuan sighed softly and comforted Xiaoming in a low voice. Sigh, Xia Jiming sighed helplessly. The reason why she didn't want to leave wasn't because of the immortal artifact or emperor artifact. She merely wanted to see her young master one more time. Hee. Then this ancient sword belongs to Lord Ling Xiao. Hua Mingxi nodded and chuckled. She personally delivered the ancient sword to Ling Xiao. 2 million spirit stones. I've made a profit this time. Sure enough, as long as they were on good terms with the Lord Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain good fortune and benefits easily. Young master. Hua Mingxi held her sword and bowed towards Ling Xiao. Thank you for your support, young master. Mingxi is eternally grateful. There's no need for that. Ling Xiao shook his head. His eyes were calm, but he did not take the ancient sword. Han, this sword contains the power of fire. It's compatible with your bloodline. Take it. Earlier, when Ling Xiao was scheming against Hua Mingxi, Jin Han had lured her from the side. It was still the same saying. If you want a horse to run, of course, you can't eat grass. You have to take medicine, strong medicine. Only in this way would they be willing to disregard their own safety and sacrifice everything at the critical moment. Ling Xiao would naturally not be stingy towards a woman who had submitted to the system. 2 million spirit stones was nothing to him. However, in Jin Han-er's eyes it was a great favor. What? Hearing that, even with Hua Mingxi's temperament, her pretty face froze. She did not expect Lord Ling Xiao to be so generous just to win a smile from the beauty. Young master. Jin Han-er's beautiful eyes trembled. She turned to look at Ling Xiao, and there were tears in the depths of her eyes. With her status, she would not be so grateful for an emperor's weapon. However, what I'm moved by is the grade of this spiritual treasure. What I'm moved by is young master's intentions. Just now, she had only praised the sword, and young master did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy it. This favor could not be measured by spirit stones, okay? Young master is generous. Hua Mingxi shook her head and sighed. Yang Yuan, who was outside the hall, clenched his fists and his eyes flashed coldly. Especially now, Ling Zhao's casual appearance made him feel like his self-esteem had been whipped. Beside him, Xia Jiming sighed softly, feeling more and more wronged. Next, I will introduce the second auction item. Hua Mingxi returned to the front of the hall. Behind her, a servant girl carried a jade plate and walked in front of everyone. All of a sudden, the fragrance of pills filled the air. Just a whiff of it was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. Seventh Realm Dan, the pure jade pill of spiritual beauty. It is the blessing of all heaven's favorites and the treasure of all the ladies. Let me tell you a secret. Mingxi has kept one for herself. The starting price is 1 spiritual stone. Hua Mingxi held a white jade box in her hand and showed everyone the medicinal pill inside. Though this pure jade pill of spiritual beauty was of the 7th realm, its effect was only to retain one's youthful appearance. Therefore, the heaven's favorites were not very interested in this item. However, the eldest princess of the Xinwu dynasty, Wu Hongxi, looked up as if she was tempted. Actually, when she was choosing these 10 treasures, Hua Mingxi had already made arrangements. Whether it was the ancient Crimson Sun sword or this pill of spiritual beauty, she had prepared them for a specific person. Wu Hongxi was born with a weak body and a pale face. This medicinal pill could help her regain her beauty. It was exactly what she wanted. Hongxi, you like it? Shen Jingan lightly nodded his head. On his fair and handsome face, there was a sinister and brilliant smile. 1 million spiritual stones. The Marquis really dotes on Princess Wu. I heard that as long as the princess likes it, he will not hesitate to get it. Xianyuan Weiyang pouted. Her expression was filled with yearning. Weiyang, you like it? Then I'll get it for you. Ling Xiao smiled gently, but it made Xianyuan Weiyang blush. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, no, no. Young master, the blood-clad Marquis and his wife are in love. Let's not be a wet blanket. That's true. My Weiyang doesn't need such an ordinary item to retain her youthful appearance. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Xianyuan Weiyang's face turned even redder. Even the tips of her ears were pink. Soon, the 9 auction items were won one by one. Ling Xiao was naturally not interested in these spirit treasures that could be auctioned. In his territory, there were more than 10 sage weapons. As for the other spirit treasures and medicinal pills, there was no need to mention them. The atmosphere in the auction hall gradually became tense. All the Skype rides looked at Hua Mingxi with anticipation. Obviously, at this moment, everyone was guessing exactly what kind of treasure the final auction item would be. I'm sure everyone must be very curious about the last treasure that Mingxi has prepared. Hua Mingxi scanned the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Ling Xiao. I can tell everyone in advance that it's a sword, a peerless divine sword. Hearing this, everyone's expression became more and more expectant. The sword that Hua Mingxi called a peerless divine sword was definitely not of a low grade. However, that price was probably not something that ordinary Skype rides could afford. I intend to give this sword to everyone. I don't want a single spiritual stone. What? Chapter 1170. What? The entire hall was in an uproar. At this moment, all the clan disciples were looking at Hua Mingxi in shock. Clearly, they did not understand what she meant by that. Gift the peerless divine sword to everyone? What was Hua Mingxi trying to do? You heard me right. I'm going to give this sword to everyone. Hua Mingxi smiled. She clenched her fist, and a ray of cold light shot out. An ancient blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a long silver sword. The blade was 4 feet long and thin. Compared to ordinary ancient swords, this sword was obviously longer. There was a strange, dark pattern on the hilt. It was in the shape of 2 dragons and extended from the hilt to the tip of the sword. An extremely complicated and mysterious aura was emitted from the pattern. There was an indescribable feeling of vicissitudes. Instantly, the entire great hall fell silent. All the disciples held their breaths in concentration as shock filled their eyes. This is 3,000 moments. Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly and broke the silence in the hall. Then, it caused a deafening uproar. "It's this sword! I didn't expect Flower Fairy to take out this sword. She is giving this sword away." "Hiss! Flower Fairy, you're so generous." "You're thinking about Peach. Wake up, brother. Even if I were to give it away, I wouldn't give it to someone as ugly as you." 3,000 moments. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Then he seemed to have guessed something and looked at Hua Mingxi meaningfully. 3,000 moments was ranked 10th among the 10 great swords of Qingcang. However, although this sword was ranked behind, its origin was the most mysterious. It was said that the owner of this sword was one of the most powerful people in the Reincarnation Palace. He was called the Time Emperor. This person's cultivation was extremely high. He had the power to break the river of time. It was said that he had traveled back and forth between the ancient times and the present. He found a piece of extraterrestrial iron at the end of the ancient times and forged a divine sword that contained the flow of time. He named it 3,000 moments. Later on, this Mother Asterisk King, Human King, disappeared for no reason. However, he left this sword in the hands of the human race and became one of the 10 great sacred swords. But it just so happened that even though this 3,000 fleeting moments had changed owners after him, not a single person was able to reproduce the might of this sword. Moreover, its ranking fell down over and over again, and it was on the verge of being squeezed out of the 10 great swords of the Azure Sky Sword. It's actually the transient sword. Beside Ling Xiao, Xianyuan Weiyang's pretty face was filled with shock. Her jade-like hand lightly covered her red lips, appearing to be rather surprised. "You recognize this sword?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He picked up the jade cup with one hand and sipped the immortal wine. The great Saint Fuqian in his hand was the head of the Azure Sword. Even so, Xianyuan Weiyang had never shown such an expression. Could it be that this girl knew some secrets that even he didn't know? Of course, even though Ling Xiao had once devoured the soul consciousness and memories of a Saint Realm Ling people in the Upper Realm back then, compared to the Xianyuan clan, the Saint Realm expert's knowledge was probably still lacking. The name of the human king, Xianyuan, was not just for show. Young master, I know this sword." Xianyuan Weiyang charmingly moved her body towards Ling Xiao. She moved her head closer to the latter's ear and whispered, "Young master, this sword is an emperor divine weapon. Moreover," Xianyuan Weiyang looked at the surrounding people a little cautiously. When she saw that no one was looking at her, she continued, "Young master, if you have something important to say, why don't you use your divine sense to transmit your voice? Do you really want people to know that you know the secret of this sword?" Ling Xiao's tone was calm. He did not even look at Xianyuan Weiyang. However, at this moment, Xianyuan Princess was stunned. Her small head tilted slightly, and then she nodded very seriously. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he did not conceal his voice at all. In other words, he did not care whether the others knew about this sword's miraculous properties or not. From the moment he felt the strange fluctuations lingering on the sword, the 3,000 fleeting moments sword was already in his bag. That's right. The reason why people had never unleashed the true power of this emperor divine weapon was most likely this sword needed to be used with the law of time. Ling Xiao could not be more familiar with the illusory fluctuations of time. Young master, although this sword is only ranked 10th, my Xian Yuan clan's ancestor said that this sword is the only one among the 10 swords that can be compared to the 10 great inherited weapons of the azure sky. Xian Yuan Weiyang's pretty face was serious. The meaning behind her words was self-evident. At this moment, she thought that perhaps people did not know the true power of the 3,000 fleeting moments. If young master could take this opportunity to obtain it, would it be considered her contribution? After all, I have reminded you, the 10 great inherited weapons. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He had heard about the 10 great inherited weapons. It was said that the 10 great divine treasures were all more powerful than holy weapons. The one ranked first was the immortal demon ancient bell in the sector Lord's Hand. Of course, this did not mean that the 10 great inherited weapons were the best spiritual treasures of the azure sky. Some hidden ancient clans had never even revealed their ancient treasures. Therefore, they were not ranked. For example, the ancient sword of Xianyuan that accompanied the human emperor Xianyuan to battle the heavens and slay immortals. It's actually the 3,000 fleeting moments, one of the 10 holy swords. Outside the main hall, Xia Jiming's expression froze. Her eyes were also filled with shock. As expected of the Sky Saint Business Alliance, as expected of the young master of the Hua clan, she actually took out such a famous treasure. If an ordinary clan could obtain one of the 10 swords, they would treat it as a treasure. It was not something that could be measured by spiritual stones. Moreover, from what Hua Mingxi said, it seemed like she was going to give this sword away for free. 3,000 fleeting moments. Yang Yuan frowned. He had already embarrassed himself in front of Xia Jiming. However, he did not have many spiritual stones on him. He could not even bid for an emperor weapon, let alone such a famous azure sky sword. However, Hua Mingxi said that she was going to give this sword away to everyone. Perhaps he still had a chance. Flower Fairy, are you really going to give this sword away to everyone? After a long period of shock, a genius could not help but ask. That's right. I believe that there is no need for me to elaborate on the value of this sword. Everyone should know that my Hua family does not lack spirit stones. If this sword is in my hands, it will only bury its brilliance. Therefore, I intend to gift it to a fated person. Hua Mingxi smiled brightly and glanced at Ling Xiao discreetly. Over the past few days, she had already gathered information about Ling Xiao. Of course, she did not need to do so deliberately. This young master of the Ling people was already famous. He had the bearing of a sword immortal and the invincible way of the sword. Although his strength was in all aspects, even that aspect Hua Mingxi had seen it today, to be able to make praising the Empress so tired, one could imagine I digress. Hua Mingxi blushed slightly. She only had one reason for taking out this sword, and that was to make friends with Ling Xiao. In this way, when she competed with the little god of wealth of the Lu clan for the position of the young master of the Sky Saint Business Alliance, she would have another backing. As for whether Ling Xiao would accept her kindness, Hua Mingxi was also a little uneasy at this moment. This was a risky move. However, if it succeeded, its value could not be measured by a divine weapon. Chapter 1171. Fated Person? Who is the fated person that Flower Fairy is talking about? Hearing Hua Mingxi's words, the prodigies became even more excited. To be able to obtain a legendary sword without spending a single spirit stone was an irresistible temptation to anyone. Of course, even if everyone knew that this fated person would not easily fall into their hands, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was a chance for many prodigies. Fated person, Hua Mingxi smiled gently and pretended to be mysterious. However, her pretty face suddenly turned serious. Of course, it has to be a contemporary talent who is worthy of this sword. Contemporary talent? Flower Fairy, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us how you obtain this sword. It's very simple. All the prodigies in this hall can fight for this sword. The one who can defeat all the prodigies in the end will be the fated person of this sword. Hua Mingxi's eyes were cunning, but her face was extremely calm. She had already thought about this for several days. With Ling Zhao's strength, he could kill Lord Xiaoyang with one strike. Who in the hall could be his match? Furthermore, with the foundation of the Ling people, as long as this young master showed a trace of interest in this sword, countless people would retreat and not dare to compete with him. In this way, this sword would eventually fall into the hands of her young master, and her favor would be unintentionally given out. After all, for such a righteous person like her young master, if Hua Mingxi gave the sword to him directly, he would be worried. It was the nature of a gentleman to not accept a reward without any effort. Of course, the only risky part of this was whether Lord Ling Xiao would be interested in this sword. He should know the 10 great azure swords. Hua Mingxi glanced at Ling Xiao discreetly. However, she saw that the latter was only focused on drinking with his head lowered and did not show any signs of wanting to compete. Her heart skipped a beat. What? Defeat all the prodigies? At this moment, many prodigies in the hall also looked at Ling Xiao. When they saw that this young master of the Ling people was unmoved, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young master does not seem to intend to compete for the sword? Damn! Young master, you are so generous and kind. You never use your power to oppress others and give us a fair chance to fight for treasures. The entire hall fell into an uproar. One by one, the heaven's favorites were ready to make a move. However, none of them dared to take the lead. The people in the hall can fight for the sword, but are the people outside the hall not qualified? At this moment, a soft shout suddenly came from outside the main hall. Then, Yang Yuan stepped forward and slowly walked into the hall under the astonished gazes of the surrounding disciples of the small sects and clans. Hee, you guys are afraid of this and that, but I, Yang Yuan, am not. Today, not only will I obtain the 3,000 fleeting moments, I will also let all of you know how laughable your contempt and ridicule are. Sigh. Xia Jiming shook his head slightly, the look in his eyes becoming more and more miserable. Acting tough is like the wind, always with me. As long as I live, I will continue to act tough. Brother Yan, you deserve to die. Hua Mingxi frowned when she saw the white-clothed figure walking back into the palace, but she didn't stop him. Since this young man had the spiritual crystal, he might have had some fortuitous encounters. It would not be good to offend him completely. If it was anyone else outside the hall, they would have been thrown out. More importantly, Yang Yuan's expression was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He gave off a low-key and steady vibe. This was what worried Hua Mingxi the most. A seemingly ordinary young man with no background. If he had such a temperament, it was impossible that he did not have a trump card. Just now, who would have thought that a young man who did not even qualify to enter the 10,000 talents banquet would have the spiritual crystal? All these years, Hua Mingxi had been very careful. Although she seemed to have accumulated many connections, it was not just because of her beauty and identity. Compared to the majority of the descendants in the Azure world, Hua Mingxi had always been humble and gentle. She never offended anyone. This was because she always believed that the path to immortality was unpredictable. Those who started from humble beginnings were always more resilient. All the heaven's favorites who are present today can fight for it. Hua Mingxi said calmly. She was neither happy nor angry. Hee, if that's the case, everyone, I will throw a brick to attract Jade. A mere mountain man dares to show off in front of us. He doesn't know his place. Yeah, where did this idiot come from? Didn't he get slapped in the face just now? How dare he act so rashly? The entire hall was filled with mockery. Currently, everyone's face was filled with mockery. However, Yang Yuan did not care about this at all. His eyes were clear, and he stood straight. After all these years in the Void Sect, he was used to being looked down upon. In the end, he obtained the fortune of reincarnation and was favored by his junior sister. He rose up and came to the Sky City to compete with the top talents in the Azure world. On the other hand, none of the famous junior brothers and senior brothers in the sect could be compared to him. Oh, kid, I have to admit that you have guts. However, it's not your turn to be a brick in the Sky City. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the main hall. Then, everyone watched excitedly as Xiang Kuan slowly stood up from his seat with a domineering smile on his face. He took a step forward and instantly turned into an afterimage as he charged towards Yang Yuan. Boom! The void trembled as a black and white handprint formed and pressed down. Within the handprint, the yin and yang qi flowed and formed the universe. That mysterious Taoist rhyme instantly caused the expressions of many ancient clan geniuses to change. It's the classic of the Wuji sacred palace, the primordial Wuji seal. Xiang Kuan thinks too highly of that. What's that called again? I don't know. It seems that young Master Xiang intends to finish off this young man in one move. With Xiang Kuan's strength, even a sage would find it difficult to fight against this classic. That young man is going to be crushed. Discussions rumbled across the area. Even Shen Jingan, Wang Yan, and the rest had a surprised expression on their faces. Clearly, they did not expect Xiang Kuan to be so ruthless. However, Ling Zhao's expression did not change in the slightest. Yang Yuan's model was the counterattack style. It was best at turning the tables and slapping faces. Although Xiang Kuan was strong, he was not the best in the current generation. Moreover, his physical body was weak. No matter how strong his cultivation technique was, how could it shake Yang Yuan's jade, golden body? Moreover, according to Ling Zhao's guess, among the geniuses present, only Zhang Juji could defeat Yang Yuan, other than the few daughters of destiny beside him. However, this sword was the bargaining chip that Hua Mingxi used to curry favor with him. As her junior brother, Zhang Jiuji would definitely not fight for it. Therefore, if Ling Xiao did not exist, the king of the competition today would be Yang Yuan. He would also become famous after this battle and win the favor of all the geniuses. Even Hua Mingxi might see him in a different light and form a good relationship with him. Unfortunately, this is the plot, but the script is in director Ling's hands. Why don't we let these two little leaks spar and perform to cheer everyone up? Chapter 1172. Boom! Spiritual power overflowed in the main hall. A terrifying aura was awakened, shattering the void into thousands of cracks. In the face of Xiang Kuan's overbearing seal, Yang Yuan's eyes did not reveal a trace of fear. On the contrary, at this moment, his face actually revealed a wisp of dense battle intent. This path of immortality was originally to face difficulties and tens of thousands of obstacles in order to forge an invincible Dao heart. Thinking of Kunling Xiao, the higher you stand, the greater your prestige. When I trample you under my feet, I will obtain more happiness and glory. One day, I will stand side by side with the sun. Thinking of this, Yang Yuan suddenly took a deep breath and looked up at the crowd outside the hall. The moment his eyes met with Xia Jiming's, a bright smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. Then, before the crowd could ridicule him, he stretched out his palm, and there seemed to be thousands of divine runes lingering around his body. Ancient golden light burst out from every inch of his skin, and one could vaguely see the jade-like crystal bones, dense and endless, until the dazzling divine radiance enveloped the youth's entire body. At this moment, he became light, the ultimate and pure light. Boom! The two palms collided in the void. What was unexpected was that even though Xiang Kuan used the classic of Wuji's sacred palace, he still could not shake Yang Yuan at all. In fact, at this time Xiang Kuan's face was also filled with shock and dullness. He could feel that the hand holding him was gradually tightening, like the shackles of heaven and earth, and he could not break free. Suddenly, A strong sense of uneasiness appeared in Xiang Kuan's heart, especially the face that was so close to him, which made him feel an indescribable fear. Crack! Until the crisp sound of bones breaking came from the main hall. Yang Yuan's hand suddenly clenched. In front of him, Xiang Kuan suddenly let out a scream, but he still could not break free from Yang Yuan's hand. He could only clench his teeth and use all his strength to wave his other hand. Damn it! You dared to cripple my palm. No matter who you are, my limitless sacred palace will definitely exterminate your entire clan. And that little wife of yours, I will definitely take good care of her. Infinite chaos, holy seal of heaven and earth. Divine might rumbled as a strand of yin and yang profound light flowed on Xiang Kuan's other palm once more, and it condensed into a divine seal that was over 10 m long. It smashed down towards Yang Yuan with the might to crush the sky. Although he did not know why the young man before him possessed such a terrifying body, he did not believe that the young man before him would be able to receive his attack at such a close distance. Buzz! The heavens and earth buzzed, and boundless radiance surged into the heavens. The entire hall seemed to be filled with yin and yang energy, and it formed numerous phenomena. The sun and the moon rose and fell, and black and yellow were reversed. Only that tall figure in white clothes was indifferent and calm like a rock that remained unmoving since time immemorial. Dazzling golden light began to surge. Yang Yuan raised his head with a cold expression and looked at the ancient mark that covered the void. At this moment, he could see that above the divine seal, the yin and yang auras meandered into a river and poured down in torrents. This power was enough to obliterate everything. However, his figure still did not take half a step back. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people, he calmly stretched out a palm. Boom! Compared to that spiritual seal, Yang Yuan's figure was really insignificant. However, for some reason, there was no longer a trace of ridicule and disdain on the faces of the geniuses. Instead, it was filled with a complicated sense of fear. In the end, when the divine seal fell and covered the young man's figure, endless spiritual light illuminated the heavens and earth. It was extremely dazzling. Suddenly, for Sage Realm experts around the hall acted together and turned into a spiritual energy cage, suppressing the boundless spiritual light. Silence! At this moment, everyone looked nervously in the direction of the center of the hall, wanting to know the outcome of this battle. Of course, no matter what, Yang Yuan was already enough to shock the world and become famous in the Azure world. Young Master, who do you think will win this battle? Hua Mingxi walked to Ling Zhao's side and chuckled softly. Just now, she was indeed shocked by Yang Yuan's combat strength. However, even if his physical body was heaven-defying, she was afraid that he would not be a match for her young master. After all, her young master was the only one who had severely injured the sky demon. The only thing she was worried about was that Ling Xiao would not make a move. It should be that white-robed young master. Ling Xiao smiled gently, and there was not a trace of surprise on his face. Yes, Mingxi thinks so too. Our human race is really full of monstrous geniuses and has the potential to rise. Hua Mingxi raised her wine cup and personally filled Ling Zhao's cup. Of course, no matter how many monstrous geniuses there are, in Mingxi's eyes, no one can be compared to you. Young Master's character is the key to the rise of our human race. Young Master Hua, you flatter me. My talent is mediocre. I just relied on my hot-bloodedness and ignorance to get some false reputation. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and there was an inexplicable vicissitude on his face. Sigh, it's hard to live up to your reputation. Young Master is so modest and gentle. However, Mingxi heard that Young Master's sword Dao is unparalleled, and you have the disposition of a sword immortal. In Mingxi's opinion, only Young Master is worthy of this 3,000 moments. Haha, I have a sword. It's an inherited item of the Foliaceae family. In my opinion, a sword is a companion, and one is enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and was not moved at all. That's right, he was determined to get this 3,000 moments. However, how could he not see through Hua Mingxi's thoughts? I want the divine sword, but I'm sorry, I can't give you a favor. On the contrary, since you want to give me the sword, I want you to be grateful for it, and not because I owe you anything. This, young master, you are so loyal, Hua Mingxi exclaimed, but there was a trace of panic in her eyes. This divine sword was an extremely precious treasure in her hands. If she could not use it to gain Ling Zhao's favor, then she would lose everything. Suddenly, Hua Mingxi panicked, but there was not a trace of emotion on her face. However, since your junior brother could walk out of the stupa abyss, he must have some unique skills. I'm looking forward to it. Ling Zhao's casual words seemed to be careless, but it led Hua Mingxi's thoughts to Zhang Juji. At this time, he had already seen through the plan of this young master of the Hua clan. In other words, no matter who it was, if they could not achieve their goal, they would not be willing to give such a divine item to others. Therefore, the only person Hua Mingxi could rely on in this palace was Zhang Juji. As long as her junior brother could suppress the crowd and take back the sword, it would not be a loss to her. Moreover, in Ling Zhao's opinion, other than him, Yao Guang and Xianyuan Weiyang, the only one who could defeat Yang Yuan was this son of destiny. When the two leaks collided, the sparks would be very bright. Yang Yuan still had a mission to fulfill, so he could not bear the name of a demon. Once Zhang Juji fell into this situation, Ling Xiao would consign him to eternal damnation, and he would never be able to rise again. Senior sister, fortune, reputation, and life would all be lost. TSK, what a pitiful man. This, haha, young master, it's not just you. Actually, Mingxi is also very curious. Hua Mingxi's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly smiled. Chapter 1173. When they entered the hall earlier, Hua Mingxi had already given Ling Xiao a good impression. However, Zhang Juji had concealed his whereabouts and bragged, causing the young master to hold a grudge against him. It was reasonable for the young master to be curious about his battle strength. Now that she had taken the initiative to take out the 3,000 fleeting moments, she definitely could not take it back in front of everyone. Since Ling Xiao did not want it, perhaps she could borrow her junior brother's hand to take back the sword. Although Zhang Juji's current cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, but since he had followed his master and cultivated for more than 200 years, he definitely had some life-saving trump cards. Of course, to Hua Mingxi, other than Zhang Juji, there seemed to be no other better choice. Looking at Hua Mingxi, who had turned around and walked to the side, Ling Xiao revealed a gentle smile. He gently twirled the jade cup in his hand, and the depths of his eyes were filled with a sinister look. Young master, what are you thinking? This 3,000 fleeting moments is a divine object. How can you not take it? No, if you don't take it, I'll take it for you. Hearing Ling Xiao and Hua Mingxi's words, Xianyuan Weiyang's little face immediately revealed a trace of anxiety. None of you are allowed to take it. Ling Zhao's indifferent words completely extinguished the fighting spirit on Xianyuan Weiyang's pretty face. What a joke! Whether it was Xianyuan Weiyang or Yao Guang, their luck was at its peak. Once the two of them interfered, Zhang Juji might not be able to win. Young master! Xianyuan Weiyang raised her head slightly and pouted. Clearly, she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao would reject this opportunity that was already in his hands. Plop! At this moment, a low muffled sound suddenly came from the main hall. Then, everyone was dumbstruck as they watched Xiang Kuan, who had always been arrogant and despotic, being thrown out from the multicolored light that filled the sky like a dead dog. At this moment, both of his arms had long been shattered. Even the bones in his arms seemed to have been crushed by a huge force. He looked extremely miserable. All the heavens' favorites were stunned and their eyes widened. They didn't expect Xiang Kuan to lose so badly. I have no parents. Thus, you cannot exterminate my clan. However, if anyone dares to have any ideas about my junior sister, This will be their end. Just as everyone was in shock, they saw a white-robed figure slowly walk out of the spiritual light. His cold eyes swept across everyone. At this moment, there was not the slightest bit of arrogance on his face. However, for some reason, he gave off a domineering aura as if he was the sole ruler of the 9 heavens. You! Xiang Kuan clenched his teeth, his face extremely pale. But as soon as he saw the young man's eyes, he felt an extremely cold chill rising from the soles of his feet. Who else? Yang Yuan raised his head and glanced outside the hall. When he saw the shock in Xia Jiming's eyes, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This was the feeling. This feeling of being the center of attention and being the top prodigy of the Azure Sky Empire was really unbearable. I want to show off. I want to continue acting cool. Take off. Woohoo! The entire hall was silent, especially when they saw Xiang Kuan's lonely figure and the fear on his face. Those prodigies of the ancient clans who originally wanted to teach Yang Yuan a lesson hesitated and remained silent. I will fight with you. Beside Hua Mingxi, Zhang Juji suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Just now, second senior sister had sent him a message through her divine soul, telling him to try his best to obtain the 3,000 moments. It was reasonable for him to refuse. This time, Zhang Juji came out of the demon region to become famous in the Azure Sky Empire. Then he would naturally return to the clan and inherit the position of the Wolf King. Now, all the prodigies of the Azure Sky Empire were gathered here. If he could suppress all of them, his glory would be limitless. This white-robed youth was indeed very strong, especially the golden light on his body. It gave off a feeling of invincibility. However, not only did Zhang Juji have the good fortune saint body, but he also cultivated the heaven origin immortal art. Even if he did not use the 9 Suns Buddha sword and the Buddha domain, it would not be difficult to defeat him. It seemed like it was a happy time to show off. Fifth senior sister had been missing for half a month. During this time, Zhang Jioji's mood could be said to be extremely perturbed. Now he needed to fight to his heart's content to release the pressure in his heart. In front of the main hall, Yang Yuan frowned. The feeling of being interrupted by someone while showing off was very uncomfortable. I am Zhang. Juji Zhou. I would like to ask senior brother for advice. Zhang Juji bowed slightly, his attitude gentle. At this time, a burst of mocking voices came from the main hall again. Is this linen-clothed youth's brain damaged? Does he think he is better than Xiang Kuan, or what? He probably saw others showing off and felt itchy in his heart. He wants to try. Haha, I actually hope he can win. That way, I can make him understand that the flower fairy is not something a wild dog like him can touch. Did you see that? This is just an ordinary walk-on. As long as he hides in the crowd, even the heavenly king will not be in his eyes. I will mock whoever is the child of destiny. Otherwise, how could I turn around and slap his face? What? Both of them are the children of destiny. Of course, the heavenly Tao will help me decide who is luckier. Whoever I mock, I will slap his face later. My fist is very hard. You will cry for a long time after I punch you. Is that so? Then I will have to ask for advice. In the main hall, 2 figures stood facing each other. They both had a determined expression and a straight posture. Of course, they both had ordinary looks. As for the battle between the 2 of them, Ling Xiao naturally had no interest in it at all. What was the children of destiny best at when they fought? Of course, it was to throw out their trump cards one by one, from the weakest to the strongest. They might even have a temporary breakthrough and awaken a new talent. This process was extremely long and boring. Moreover, Yang Yuan and Zhang Juji were both the children of destiny. Their words and actions were all pretentious. It was really boring. Therefore, although Ling Xiao was sitting in the main hall, his divine sense had already entered the realm. Ling Xiao's Tao body descended from the sky above the heavenly palace. He smiled when he saw Phoenix Rouge and Su Yan below. What are you doing? Young master. The two girls were stunned, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes, especially Su Yan, who had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Her cultivation level was close to the threshold of the supremacy state, and even her luck had reached 10,000. Young master, I have studied some small things, and I am trying them out for Sister Su Yan. Feng Rouge turned her head to look at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were bright, and her lips were bright red. She was wearing a white one-piece short skirt that seemed to be sewn with the fur of a demon beast. Her legs were covered with white strands that were enchanting and seductive. At this moment, Ling Xiao could see that she had put on some light makeup on her face. Even the bottom of her eyes seemed to be smeared with some fluorescent light. He had to admit that this Eastern makeup technique was indeed strange and mysterious. Although Feng Rugo was already extremely beautiful without makeup, the makeup in front of him added a bit of charm to her. She held a fine brush in her hand and dipped it in some bright colors. She was gently drawing on Su Yan's face and lips. "What is this?" Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised. "Rouge, you seem a little different today." "Hee, young master. I have developed some colors. They are natural and harmless. You can apply them on your face, and you will be surprised." Phoenix, Rouge giggled and turned to Su Yan. "Sister Su Yan, stand up and let young master see if your appearance is worthy of young master's imparting of the Tao to you tonight." Chapter 1174. Young master! Su Yan shyly turned around and bowed her head. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, she was wearing a dark green checkered short skirt and a white silk blouse. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail. Her lips were bright red and her cheeks were slightly colored. She was really eye-catching. "Yan, you look different today." Ling Xiao smiled warmly and looked at Phoenix Rouge with admiration. See, this is where Phoenix Rouge's advantage lies. Even if she spent all day researching useless things, Ling Xiao was never dissatisfied. This was because the life of a villain was too simple and simple. She, on the other hand, was always able to surprise Ling Xiao. Can you imagine the day when Ling Xiao conquers the 9 heavens, followed by a group of destined women wearing Cheongsams, Jack's, Lolita dresses, and holding divine swords and giant halberds? If transmigration is not for fun, then the path to immortality is too dangerous. Oh, right, young master. Sherdendi came out of seclusion yesterday. Feng Rouge seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. It seems like the pill has been refined. Oh! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. A 9th grade pill is the best fortune in the world. One must know that Han Qingqiu's original body was only a 9th grade pill. She was nourished by Yi Luoyin for countless years and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform into a human. But thinking about it, if she is given more spiritual materials and spiritual treasures to reach the Supreme Being level, would her original body be able to become a 10th grade pill? At that time, come with me to take a look. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and his figure transformed into a graceful swan. Behind him, Feng Rouge and Su Yan exchanged glances, and a wisp of a heartfelt smile appeared on their beautiful faces. Buzz! The 3 figures descended from the sky. In front of the Hall of Medicine, Han Zhan and the others immediately stood up and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, master." "Master." In front of the great hall in the distance, Sherdandi's old face was smiling, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "I heard that Dan Emperor has researched the formula for the breakthrough Saint Pill? Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. But, Sai, my lord, there is a medicinal ingredient in this breaking sage pill that is really too rare. However, if you use other spiritual ingredients to replace it, I have studied it several times, but it doesn't have the power of a 9th grade. Sherdan sighed softly, while Ling Xiao frowned slightly. "What kind of spiritual item is it?" 9 heavens waterless." What is this? Even with Ling Zhao's knowledge, this was the first time he had heard of such a divine item. Today, when I read through the ancient books that you gave to Miss Ruge, I discovered that the water of Wu Zhen had indeed existed before. However, that was several 100,000 years ago. Sherdenda's face was extremely solemn. Rumor has it that this item was formed from the tear of the ancient divine beast Qilin. It is extremely precious and contains an auspicious aura. Moreover, it would be best if it was the tear of a water Qilin, as it would have the best effect. Qilin. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he gently nodded. The Qilin auspicious beast had indeed disappeared from the Azure world long ago. In this case, the formula for the 9th grade breakthrough Saint Pill was peerless in the world. It doesn't matter. Write down the formula and record the spiritual ingredients that are not in my realm. I will find them in a few days. From today onwards, except for Han Zhan, everyone in the Hall of Medicine will refine this pill. Ling Xiao said indifferently, then turned around and walked towards the heavenly hall. Calculating the time, Jade Hanyan and Mount Ray had left for several months. It wouldn't be long before the two of them returned with a group of geniuses who had ascended from the lower world. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give these people too much time to grow. As long as there were enough 8th grade breakthrough pills, Ling Xiao would be able to build a sect full of saints in the shortest time possible. Young master, where did Lin Ming go? Su Yan suddenly asked when the three of them descended from the sky. Although Ling Xiao had saved her from the disaster of the Su family, Su Yan still felt a little uneasy to cultivate in the realm every day. He was getting farther and farther away. Even standing next to him, Su Yan could feel a sense of insignificance and fear. Her talent had always been the worst among all the girls. If Ling Xiao hadn't given her the fire and helped her expel the cold poison in her body, she might have died with the Su family. Now, seeing that the sisters beside her had all made a breakthrough, Su Yan felt extremely depressed. I sent her to a sect. Yenner, I want you to help me manage the finances of a sect and manage the wealth of the Azure world. Are you confident? Ling Xiao suddenly turned to look at Su Yan. Although his expression was gentle, there was an unquestionable authority in his words. Okay. Su Yan smiled slightly and didn't hesitate at all. After all, in the Shengzhou, her identity and background were the noblest among all the girls. In terms of cultivation talent, she might not be as good as Yi Qingchan and Bai Ling, but in terms of business skills, she had a unique advantage. When the time comes, I will arrange for you to enter a sect. You can cultivate in peace in the realm for the next few days. Ling Xiao smiled. If Su Yan had hesitated just now, he would have considered whether to rearrange the chessboard and take Hua Mingxi into his hands. However, looking at the brilliance in the eyes of this woman of destiny, the trace of worry in Ling Zhao's heart completely dissipated. Yes, Hua Mingxi's thoughts were much deeper than Su Yan's. This was her advantage and also the reason why Ling Xiao didn't intend to subdue her. Such a girl only cared about benefits. But Su Yan was different. After going through all kinds of hardships in the Shengzhou, this girl was now dead set on Ling Xiao. Although her cultivation and experience were still low, with her luck, she would become famous in the Azure world sooner or later. Yes, young master. Su Yan bowed. When she looked up again, Ling Zhao's figure had already disappeared. Boom! In the Merchant Alliance's main hall, a soul pattern seemed to flash in Ling Zhao's eyes. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, the battle between Zhang Jiuji and Yang Yuan had already come to an end. The clash between the two people of destiny was indeed an eye-opener for many of the surrounding geniuses, especially the two of them who were nameless and came from humble backgrounds. But the methods used by the two of them just now made the real geniuses of the Azure world feel shocked and terrified, especially Zhang Jiuji, whose cultivation method and physical body could be said to be the best in the world. Even Hua Mingxi's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise at this moment. She looked at Ling Xiao with a faint sense of anticipation. With little junior brother's strength, he might really have the opportunity to walk out of the stupa abyss. Young master, why don't you personally test it out? I didn't expect you to be so strong. I underestimated you before. The two figures collided in the void, erupting with dazzling divine light. Then they landed on the ground. At this moment, both Yang Yuan and Zhang Jiuji's clothes were torn. But unlike Yang Yuan's golden body and jade bones, Zhang Jiuji's body was always surrounded by a wisp of misty immortal aura. It seemed to cut off the heavenly secrets and the great Tao, forming its own creation. But the more it was like this, the more terrifying it was. This young man is not simple. Chapter 11, 75. Next, I will perform a sword technique. If you have any spiritual treasures, you can use them now. Zhang Jiuji took a deep breath. His expression was serious. Second senior sister had said that the 3,000 moments could not fall into the hands of others. As her junior brother, he naturally had to do his best to protect the sword for her. Originally, he did not plan to reveal the 9 Suns Buddha sword in front of everyone. After all, although this sword was not one of the 10 famed swords and had fallen into the mortal world during the Great War of Immortals and Demons, it was still as powerful as a top-tier holy weapon. It was inevitable that such a treasure would attract unnecessary covetous eyes. Not to mention, the pagoda sword hid his greatest secret, the dark moon. Once this Lady Shura's aura was detected by others, Zhang Jiuji would be doomed eternally. However, he truly did not expect that this seemingly old and ordinary-looking young man before him would actually possess a strong physical body that was comparable to his own. The golden and jade light had faintly touched the essence of the great Tao. Now it was time to show off his real skills. Becoming famous, that was Zhang Jiuji's promise to his father and himself. I don't have any spiritual treasures. Yang Yuan smiled bitterly. His eyes shone with sincerity. Clearly, in this clash between the chosen ones, the two of them had already had a feeling of appreciation for each other. This, Zhang Jiuji frowned. Since the moment Yang Yuan crushed Xiang Kuan's hand, he had a good impression of this white-robed young man. He had no parents and was loyal to his Taoist partner. The two of them were similar in both character and experience. If not for senior sister's order, Zhang Jiuji would not have competed with him for the 3,000 moments. It's okay. I, Yang Yuan, may be down and out, but I don't need others to pity me. As if he saw the hesitation on Zhang Jiuji's face, Yang Yuan smiled freely. His aura shot up to the clouds, which shocked Zhang Jiuji. All right, no matter who wins or loses today, you're my friend for sure. In the end, Zhang Jiuji nodded lightly. He suddenly clenched his fist, and an ancient sword that was as black as ink appeared in his hand. The patterns on the sword were strange, and there was a kind of gloomy and cold aura about it. However, at this moment, the ancient sword seemed to be overflowing with golden light, completely covering the sword's edge. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing unusual. The best way to respect an opponent was to go all out. Yang Yuan was worthy of his respect. Senior brother, get ready. Come on, let me see the real gap between us. Yang Yuan's expression was calm, without a trace of nervousness or panic. At this moment, he could sense that Zhang Jiuji hadn't exerted his full strength, yet he had exhausted all his trump cards. Looking at it now, this immortal path was truly magnificent. Originally, Yang Yuan thought that with his jade bone golden body, he might not be invincible, but at least there were only a handful of people below the Saint Realm who could defeat him. However, Zhang Jiuji had expanded his horizons. Luckily, he still had a fortune that he hadn't collected. As long as he could find the ancient book in the Dao Tian Academy's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, he could use the mark of Samsara to open the divine palace of Samsara and collect the 1,000-weapon Dao scripture. By then, who in the world would dare to fight against me? Buzz! Just as Yang Yuan was pondering, the sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the grand hall. The void trembled, and the divine patterns surged. In Zhang Juji's hand, the Nine Suns Buddha emitted a mysterious light, surrounded by an astonishing aura of laws. His entire person was like a giant sun, dazzling and extraordinary, with the power to suppress the heavens and the earth. The shocking sword intent began to fluctuate and rumble until Zhang Zhouji's figure was no longer visible. Only a golden sun was left, shining brightly in the sky. The dome of the ancient palace was pierced through by the sunlight. Not even a speck of dust fell, and it turned into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the expressions of countless geniuses changed drastically. There was no longer a trace of mockery and disdain in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Juji. When did such a monstrous young man appear in Qing-Song? I've lost. However, before Zhang Zhouji could swing his sword, the spiritual light around Yang Yuan's body dissipated. He suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he had a feeling that with his physical strength, it would be very difficult for him to take Zhang Zhouji's sword head-on. If he wanted to win this battle, he could only fight to the death. If it was Kuan just now, he wouldn't have hesitated at all. After all, he had promised his junior sister that he would give her a decent numinous treasure when he came to Dao Sky City. However, Zhang Juji was different. This young man was upright and honest. If he fought to the death, both of them would definitely be injured. By then, it would be difficult for him to deal with the next challenge. A gentleman should put himself in the other's shoes. Senior brother, you, Zhang Juji's eyes trembled, especially when he saw the gentleness and sincerity on Yang Yuan's face. He could not help but smile. Then, he put away his sword and bowed deeply to Yang Yuan. Thank you for letting me win. There's no need to thank me. It's just that I am not as skilled as you. With a carefree smile, Yang Yuan turned around and walked out of the hall. We'll have another battle. I will wait for you. Zhang Zhouji's expression was determined. He was not at all angry because of Yang Yuan's provocation. Who is this young man? How can his cultivation be so terrifying? I don't know. I only heard that young Master Hua is very close to him. Inside the palace, there were waves of whispers. Young Master Hua's little cousin seems very powerful. Xianyuan Weiyang also looked at Ling Xiao in shock. But right now, the latter did not even look at the palace. He only cared about drinking his wine. Oh, and then, hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled gently and shook his head. If he guessed correctly, the ancient sword that Zhang Zhouji took out just now should be the treasure he found in the Buddha's valley. Or else, why would he hide it and use spiritual light to cover his qi? It seems like both Zhang Zhouji and Hua Mingxi have fallen into his trap. Next, it's time for them to pay the price. I don't think I can win against him. Young master, are you really not interested in the 3,000 moments? Not interested. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear as he turned to look at Yao Guang. But right now, the Western Buddha had closed his eyes and stayed out of this. Oh, everyone, is there anyone else who wants to challenge? If not, then this 3,000 moments. Hua Mingxi walked to Zhang Zhouji's side. Her face was also filled with surprise. Though she knew that her little junior brother's battling capabilities were terrifying, she did not think that this young man who was only 200 years old would be so terrifying. Thinking about it, if he was given more time to grow with his talent, he would enter the sequence sooner or later. Though the 6 of them were all talented, only the eldest senior sister could enter the sequence. However, this eldest senior sister's personality was extremely cold. She had no desires and only knew how to reach the peak of the Tao. In Hua Mingxi's memory, she had never seen her speak. If her little junior brother enters the sequence, the 2 of them may be able to suppress an entire generation. Chapter 1176. Ha! Congratulations! The entire hall was silent. At this moment, many of the geniuses of the various sects felt as though their faces were stinging. just as Hua Mingxi heaved a sigh of relief and was about to hand over the 3,000 breaths to Zhang Juji. A cold voice was heard from the crowd. "Wait a minute." Hua Mingxi frowned, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. However, Ling Zhao's expression did not change at all. The chosen one would not be able to seize the opportunity so easily. Even though Zhang Juji had already displayed his terrifying combat strength, some people still believed that he could do it. These people had a famous name. They were stepping stones. "Young Master Wang Yan, are you going to challenge me?" Hua Mingxi suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled. "That's right." In the crowd, a tall and sturdy young man with a cold face slowly stood up. All of a sudden, the sky prides around him felt a terrifying pressure. Wang Yan was one of the 12 talents of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. One could imagine how strong his physical body was. Just by looking at his appearance, his bulging muscles were enough to intimidate others. "Ha! Please." Hua Mingxi smiled gently and stepped to the side. However, the moment she turned around, her face was as cold as ice. "Junior brother, beat him up. If he dies, it's on me." "This," hearing the voice from his soul sea, Zhang Juji smiled bitterly and nodded his head. "Kid, I, Wang Yan, do not kill nameless people. Tell me your name." Wang Yan walked into the hall and stood in front of Zhang Juji. He looked down at the skinny young man with a cruel smile on his face. Even though the martial art and flesh that Zhang Juji had executed were outstanding, it was still not enough. Wang Yan believed in breaking through everything with brute strength. In front of absolute strength, all skills and abilities were useless. "Zhang Jijiu," Zhang Juji said calmly. At this moment, he also felt an unknown pressure. However, since Wang Yan was in the honorable realm, there was nothing to worry about. "Zhang Jijiu, are you serious? Why do I feel that 8 suits you better?" Wang Yan let out a sinister smile as he slowly clenched his fist. Then, he gestured above Zhang Juji's head. "Kid, my punch is extremely powerful. If you surrender now, you might be able to keep your life. You are not yet unworthy." Zhang Juji shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. It was as if he didn't think much of this current generation's hero. "Good, you've got guts." Wang Yan coldly harumphed as he stomped his foot. Boom! Suddenly, the bluestone ground beneath his feet shattered and spread out like a spider web. His figure turned into an afterimage and appeared before Zhang Juji. Then, everyone was shocked to see that Wang Yan's punch was able to shatter space with just the strength of his physical body. Buzz! A buzzing sound instantly resounded, causing the void to tremble and the wind to howl. At this moment, there wasn't a single trace of spiritual might in the hall. However, in the face of this punch, everyone felt their scalps go numb, as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Zhang Juji's eyes narrowed, especially when he saw the fist that was even bigger than his head. He felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. However, there were seats in all 4 corners of the hall. In other words, if they were in a forest with an open space, he could use his movement technique or cultivation technique to deal with Wang Yan. However, in this narrow space, he had no other choice but to face the attack head-on. "Ji Juji, I'm afraid this battle won't be easy." Outside the hall, Yang Yuan frowned slightly with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Xia Jiming didn't say anything, but she felt a little helpless in her heart. "Brother Yang, you still have the time to worry about others?" Boom! The wind howled as it destroyed everything in its path. In front of Zhang Juji, the Tao runes flickered and everything fell silent. At this moment, layers of immortal light suddenly bloomed around the youth's body. Every trace of it was filled with the aura of the great Tao. As the Tao intent flowed, it seemed to have turned into an immortal shadow that descended from the sky and shielded Zhang Juji. This aura, is it the aura of an immortal? Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Obviously, they didn't expect Zhang Juji to still have such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. The good fortune saint body was the best body constitution in the world. It had the power to create all living things and drive away bad luck. At this moment, facing Wang Yan, an outstanding talent of the current generation, Zhang Jiuji no longer concealed his cultivation level and directly displayed the great fortune saint body. Boom! The fist shadow landed heavily on the immortal shadow. Everyone only saw Zhang Jiuji's feet tremble as he retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. Blood had unknowingly dripped from the corner of his mouth. But even so, this performance was enough to shock everyone. One had to know that all of Wang Yan's skills were based on his physical strength. Although this punch wasn't as powerful as a saint artifact, if it landed on the body, even a saint realm expert would be crushed, let alone an exalted realm expert. It seemed that Zhang Jiuji's physical body was also extremely terrifying. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also surprised by the scene before him. Indeed, he didn't use his full strength in the previous punch. However, among those of the same generation, the number of people who could easily receive this punch of his could not be more than 10. In fact, even someone of the Yao Guang Arhuts echelon would cry for a long time if he dared to hit her. However, the young man in front of him only spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 2 steps. Interesting. Young man, you've successfully piqued my interest. Wang Yan stretched his neck and stretched his muscles. Then, a divine radiance suddenly blossomed from his body. His already terrifying muscles swelled to an extremely exaggerated degree. Faintly, a violent and tyrannical aura spread out from Wang Yan's body. It's the berserk dominating body. Wang Yan is getting serious. Haha, this time little Jiu. Jiu is going to die. Exclamations resounded. Ling Zhao's eyes quietly flashed with a hint of evilness. At this moment, he could feel that the strongest person in the hall was only a Saint Realm expert. Now that his spirit had entered the 6th grade of the Saint Realm, and with the ancient Panga stone and the absolute beginning divine talisman concealing his aura, no one would be able to detect him even if he secretly used some tricks. Zhang Heba, if you don't admit defeat now, you won't have a chance. Wang Yan grinned. His eyes flashed with a heart-palpitating ferocity. At this moment, his physical body was as ferocious as a demonic beast. Even his hands were covered in a layer of fine scales. I've said it before. You're not worthy. Zhang Juji shook his head and held the ancient sword horizontally. With his current skills, he could only use the power of the 9 Suns Pagoda if he wanted to win against Wang Yan. Now that Ying Yu had sealed her aura, no one would be able to detect it. He only needed to inject spiritual energy into the sword to break through Wang Yan's physical defense. You're courting death. Chapter 1177. Buzz. Wang Yan roared furiously. His entire body suddenly soared into the sky and covered the sky. Then, like a divine mountain descending from the heavens, he punched towards Zhang Juji with the power to destroy everything. At this moment, the Son of Destiny had a solemn expression on his face. The ancient sword in his hand was overflowing with golden light. However, it was different from before. There was no longer a blazing sun above the sword. Instead, the sun and moon were shining together, and the yin and yang energies were intertwined. The aura of the great Tao began to rise. Outside Zhang Jiuji's body, a divine figure descended. He was like a god holding a sword that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Divine, insufferably arrogant. At this moment, Zhang Jiuji's temperament seemed to have undergone a great change. He was no longer an ordinary youth in linen clothes. Even Yao Guang and the other top geniuses of the Azure sect were surprised. Immortal force! This youth's body contained a wisp of immortal force. But, just as Zhang Juji clenched his fist and was about to slash out this powerful Avacania sword force, his expression suddenly froze. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the entire space had suddenly become stagnant. Time froze, and all Daos ceased to exist. An extremely mysterious aura quietly locked onto him. He could see Wang Yan descending from the sky, watching him shatter the void, and watching his fist that contained a violent and destructive aura slowly descend. However, he could not move. Even though the spiritual power in his body surged crazily, he could not move at all. In an instant, cold sweat flowed down Zhang Jiuji's forehead. A sense of impending death shrouded him instantly. How was this possible? How could Wang Yan have such a strange power? Once this fist landed, even with his good fortune saint body, he would probably shatter on the spot. No, it was not Wang Yan. This fluctuation was completely different from his aura. Who was it? Struggle and despair. Finally, Zhang Jiuji's soul fluctuated, and he unwillingly shouted out Yinyu's name. Yinyu! Save me! Boom! Billowing demonic aura suddenly descended. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be covered in demonic fog, covering the sky. The sinister and ancient aura surged like a tidal wave, causing many elite cultivators to tremble as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This was especially so for Wang Yan, who bore the brunt of the impact. He felt as if the space around him had turned into a swamp, trapping his body and causing him to fall from the sky. On the other hand, the strange aura that enveloped Zhang Jiuji silently dispersed and vanished without a trace. Nine Extremities, what's wrong? Yinyu's voice came from the Nine Suns Pagoda, but Zhang Jiuji just stood there blankly, as if he was in a dream. I don't know either. Go! Yinyu was silent for a moment before she let out a cold shout. She wrapped Zhang Jiuji with her nether shadow energy and rushed out of the hall. Just now, she could feel the fear and helplessness in the depths of Zhang Jiuji's heart. Originally, she had sealed her spiritual energy so that she would not be detected by the experts in the Dao Heaven City. However, once Zhang Jiuji died, her identity would be exposed. However, looking at this young man's current situation, it didn't seem like he was at the end of his rope. Then why did he call out to him so urgently just now? This aura, devil. This Zhang Jiuji is a devil. How is this possible? The entire hall instantly fell into chaos. Even the 4 sage stage elders of the Sky Saint Business Alliance had a look of intense fear on their faces. They could feel that the devil aura emitted from Zhang Jiuji's body contained a wisp of ancient domineering aura. For a moment, everyone cried out in alarm, but no one dared to chase after that devil. How dare you, devil? How dare you be so presumptuous in the human race's sacred land? At this moment, a black-robed figure stepped out and flew away in a flash. It was a tall and slender figure. He was unparalleled in the world and was as cold as a sword. The sound of a sword quietly resounded between heaven and earth. Every step he took turned into a green lotus and thousands of rays of brilliant light. The 7-colored rays of light meandered into a river and rushed out from under the black-clothed young man's feet. It's Masterling Shao. At this moment, all sound was silent, and the 9 heavens wept together. At this critical moment, it was this descendant of the Ling people who ignored the danger and chased after the devil alone. It should be known that just a wisp of devil aura had caused countless famous geniuses to almost pee their pants. That bone-chilling coldness made them not dare to act rashly. Even Xin Jing and Zhao Badou and the other outstanding geniuses of the human race sat quietly on the ground and did not dare to stand up. Needless to say, Wang Yan, who had been imprisoned by the devil aura just now, fell to the ground and trembled all over. What is this? Your son is so unhesitant. He was clearly at the top of the Azure Sky sect and had a unique talent and an immortal status. However, he still did not hold back and rushed in front of everyone for the safety of the human race. He used his not-so-broad shoulders to support the human race's strength of character. In the end, there was only one sentence left. Young master is righteous. Originally, it was said that Lord Ling Xiao was extremely righteous. However, in the hearts of many geniuses, this righteousness was built on his identity and background. Because he was powerful, he was unscrupulous. However, this was not the case at all. Young master's righteousness came from his blood and bones, and from the mission of the human race. Finally, some people started to sob softly, as if they were annoyed and touched. Even the eldest princess of the Xinwu dynasty frowned slightly, and there was shock in her eyes. Compared to Ling Xiao, her famous fiancé was really just an ordinary person. He held a spear and killed people, but he did not dare to kill the devil. Gu Chaoxiai, I suddenly envy you. Young master. It was not until Xianyuan Weiyang shouted that Yao Guang, Jin Han, and Hua Mingxi moved their feet and rushed out of the palace. However, just as the three of them appeared on the square in front of the palace, they saw a devil seal descending from the sky and stopping Ling Xiao in his tracks. Zhang Jiuji's figure disappeared into the void in a flash. If a supreme being wanted to escape, even people of the same cultivation level would find it difficult to stop him. However, at this moment, looking at the black-clothed young man descending from the sky and the trace of bitterness on his face, both Yao Guang and Hua Mingxi felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. He must be blaming himself again, right? He blamed himself for not being able to kill this devil for the world. Sigh, Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky, and his expression was rather lonely. Young master! Hua Mingxi's eyes trembled slightly, and she wanted to say something, but stopped. She could not understand how Zhang Jiuji could be a devil. How could master accept a devil as his disciple? Moreover, looking at the evil aura lingering in the devil aura just now, it was obvious that this devil was not an ordinary devil cultivator, but a true evil person in the world. How could it be? If Junior Brother was not a devil, then how could he have colluded with a devil when he appeared just now? There's no need to say anything. Let's end this auction first. Ling Xiao sighed softly, turned his head to look in the direction of the distant sky, and then walked into the palace. He did not expect that the trump card in Zhang Jiuji's hand was actually a great devil cultivator. Originally, he only wanted to force this son of heaven to use the dark tribulation divine lightning at the last moment of his life, but he did not expect that before the devil lightning appeared, a true evil devil would be forced out, especially that devil intent, for some reason. Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable, familiar feeling. Chapter 1178. Young Master, has that demon caught up? Young Master, are you injured? In the main hall of the Merchant Alliance, a group of geniuses surrounded Ling Xiao with worried expressions. At this moment, Ling Xiao only shook his head and sighed, "It's all my fault. My strength is too mediocre, and I couldn't stop that demon. Otherwise, sigh. Young master, don't blame yourself. According to my observation, that demon's cultivation is at least at the sage realm. If young master was born 1,000 years earlier, there would be no demon in azure heaven now. That's right. Young master is righteous. Today, we have witnessed it with our own eyes. With the human emperor in this world, I am willing to call young master the light of azure heaven. Young master, let me follow you and be your dog." Sigh. Looking at the group of azure heaven prides in front of him, Ling Xiao sighed incessantly. How can I, Ling Xiao, be worthy to stand side by side with the human emperor? Everyone, don't worry. Since this demon is so rampant, I will definitely not sit idly by. Young master, however, before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence, Hua Mingxi suddenly exclaimed softly. Although her beautiful face was calm, the pleading in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. Of course, since this matter happened in the Heavenly Sacred Merchant Alliance, I think young Master Hua will definitely spare no effort to track down this demon. Before this matter is thoroughly investigated, everyone should not panic. After all, this is the Dao Tian Academy. I think that demon will not dare to act rashly. Ling Xiao naturally understood the concerns in Hua Mingxi's heart. With his reputation, if he confirmed the identity of that demon today, Hua Mingxi and even the Heavenly Sacred Merchant Alliance would be implicated. Ling Xiao's words were equivalent to giving Hua Mingxi a chance to breathe. As long as the Heavenly Sacred Merchant Alliance could find this demon or prove Zhang Jieji's innocence, this impact would be greatly reduced. What Ling Xiao needed to do next was to make Hua Mingxi feel grateful and then clearly see Zhang Jieji's true colors. In this way, he could start to arrange for Su Yan to enter the Heavenly Sacred Merchant Alliance. Although the demonic intent just now was indeed terrifying. However, Zhang Jieji did not kill anyone, nor did he hurt anyone. This meant that there was still a chance to turn things around. However, this so-called turning point was also the beginning of another chess game for Ling Xiao. With young master here, we are not afraid. F*CKU. Aren't you afraid? Young master, I'm so scared. Can I follow young master tonight? No, I have to draw a portrait of young master and stick it in my room to suppress the devil. Young master Hua. Just as everyone was exclaiming in admiration, a soft shout suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Wang Yan stood in the distance with a gloomy expression as he said in a low voice, "Since the auction is over, shouldn't you give me the 3,000 fleeting moments?" Hua Mingxi frowned slightly, and her cold face became gloomy and livid. However, at this moment, she did not dare to argue with Wang Yan, even though he had been suppressed by Zhang Jieji's aura, but Zhang Jieji was a devil. Once Wang Yan and the Heavenly Imperial Palace behind him made things difficult for the Heavenly Saint Merchant Union. Because of this, Hua Mingxi would really lose both her wealth and reputation. What? Young Master Hua, are you trying to renege on your debt? Wang Yan snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He had completely lost his face in today's battle. Given that devil's cultivation, there was no one in the hall who could fight against him. However, fighting against him was one thing, and being scared to the point of pissing his pants was another. Moreover, that was a devil, a great devil. What did the cultivators of the human race cultivate for? Of course, it was to live forever and control the heavens and earth. At the same time, it was to slay demons and devils and maintain the stability of the world. However, his performance just now was truly a disgrace to the human race, and he was despised by others. Wait a minute. Just as Hua Mingxi's expression was bitter, and she unwillingly took out the 3,000 fleeting moments from her Qingquan bag, a soft shout suddenly came from beside her. Hearing the voice, Hua Mingxi's pretty face froze for a moment before it turned into joy. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked in front of Wang Yan and said calmly, "This sword, I originally did not want to fight for it. However, since that devil wanted to snatch the sword, he must have some ulterior motives. Perhaps I can use this to lure that devil over." What? Young master means righteous. Young master is righteous. This sword has too many implications. Wang Yan can't control it at all. Only young master can fight against that devil. Wang Yan, hurry up and kowtow to young master. Young master is protecting your dog life. Speaking of dogs, the scene of Wang Yan being suppressed by that devil's aura and peeing his pants on the ground was really vivid. Hearing this, the group of Sky Prides shouted in shock. In their eyes, it was not that Ling Xiao wanted the divine sword, but they were worried that the devil would covet it and sneak back to Dao Heaven City, which would be disadvantageous to them. What else was there to say? Young master, you're so righteous. At this moment, Wang Yan was taken aback. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, are you saying that you want me to give up the sword?" Although the Heavenly Imperial Residence was an azure immortal and there were many experts in the residence. However, in front of the young master of the Ling people, Wang Yan still felt a deep sense of pressure. The ancient clan was an immemorial inheritance and was a taboo of the Azure Immortal. However, he was more or less unwilling to hand over the treasure like this. Give up. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and shook his head. In the next instant, his eyes flashed with a domineering aura. Although I, Ling Xiao, am not in the sequence and my strength is average, why should I need others to give up the things I want? Who else wants this sword? Step forward together and save some time. What? Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Compared to him, Ling Xiao's figure was really thin and small. However, from what he said just now, it seemed that he was planning to fight everyone together? Domineering. Simply arrogant. Although the news of Ling Xiao killing Lord Xiaoyang had spread throughout Dao Heaven City, Ling Xiao was still not a young master. However, the young master of the Ling clan hadn't entered the Saint realm yet. Even if his combat strength was terrifying, how could he be a match for 2 or even 3 contemporary talents? The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Although Shan Jinggan, Wu Hongxian, and Zhao Badu were shocked, none of them dared to challenge the authority of this young master. Seeing this, Wang Yan's lips trembled slightly. In the end, he lowered his head as if he was discouraged. He really did not have the guts to fight Ling Xiao alone. Even if his combat strength was slightly stronger than Lord Xiaoyang's, it was only by a little. Ling Xiao did not even use his sword principle. He only used a light palm to kill the young emperor from Sage Emperor Palace. Forget it. Since young master wants this sword, I will not fight for it. Wang Yan sighed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw Ling Xiao shake his head again. I, Ling Xiao, never bully others. I will give you a chance. Since you are the most powerful person in Heaven Imperial Prefecture, I will compete with you in terms of physical strength. What? Compete in terms of physical strength. The crowd burst into an uproar once again. Immediately after, the crowd scrambled to take their seats. They brought out spiritual fruits and divine wine and looked at the 2 people in the hall with anticipation. Wang Yan, the young master of Ling people, the most powerful person in terms of physical strength? Just the thought of it was enough to make one excited. Chapter 1179. Master Ling Xiao, do you really want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? Wang Yan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise as a trace of doubt appeared between his brows. He could not figure out what was going on. Was this Ling people's young master really arrogant, or was he endlessly talented? Everyone knew that on the path of immortal Dao, one would not be able to reach the peak if there were too many different types of talents. Therefore, some people cultivated the sword, some cultivated the body, and some cultivated the soul. Since the ancient times until now, those that truly stood towering in the heavens had all cultivated one path of the Tao to the peak, and they were called emperors and ascended immortals, moving unhindered through the 8 barriers. You might have heard of the Sword Immortal, the Lightning Emperor, the Guqin Demon, and the Fire God, but have you heard of the Qin, Go, Calligraphy, Painting, and Saber Immortal? Ling Xiao's reputation was due to his righteousness and righteousness. As for his physical strength, it was not that Wang Yan was arrogant, but there was no one in the entire Azure continent who could compare to him. Are you scared? Ling Xiao smiled. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked extremely handsome. He stood there like the sun in the sky and the moon in the stars, dazzling everyone. In fact, even the playful smile at the corner of her mouth was filled with a kind of clean, gentle, and also a trace of evil. No, no, no. How could he be called evilness? He just felt naughty. Love. Scared. Wang Yan shook his head and smiled. His face flashed with a strong desire to battle. I'm just afraid that I'll hurt young master and bring disaster upon myself. I've said that I, Ling Xiao, will never bully others. It's a fair fight, and life and death is up to fate. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with coldness. If Wang Yan did not give it his all, how would he be able to defeat him? Although Li Ju did not have much luck, the Berserk Tao law was still pretty good. With the immortal demon ancient Bell restraining him, Ling Xiao could not use the power of the sky demon as he wished. However, whether it was the world destroyer Tao law or the 9 stances of the immemorial heaven destroyer, they were all things he could rely on to defeat immortals in the future. No matter how small the leak was, it was still an opportunity for a breakthrough. Life and death is up to fate. Everyone has heard it. Today, young master and I will have a fair fight. I hope everyone can bear witness to it. Wang Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Ling Xiao. Young lord, my apologies. After saying this, Wang Yan no longer hesitated as he took a step forward, and a tyrannical aura descended from his body. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. Unmatched great power descended like a divine mountain from the heavens, a falling star falling from the west, imprisoning heaven and earth, obliterating the immortal Tao. The entire hall was shattered with a loud bang. A powerful gust of wind that could be seen with the naked eye tore through the space and descended upon Ling Xiao. It was obvious that Wang Yan had used his full strength in this punch. Furthermore, there was no flaw in this pure physical strength. If he could block it, he would be the victor. Otherwise, he would be defeated. However, facing Wang Yan's descending figure and the fist that was the size of a human head, Ling Xiao's face did not have a trace of panic. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he calmly extended his palm and clenched it into a fist, ready to clash with Wang Yan. Young master! Hua Mingxi Yaoguang and the other girls' faces froze as a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. Although Qing Tsang knew of Ling Xiao's strength, in terms of physical strength, even those in the echelon would not be able to match up to Li Ju. Boom! Just as everyone's faces were filled with worry, Wang Yan's fist finally collided with Ling Xiao. Crack! In fact, before the crowd could react, they saw young master's black robe and 3,000 strands of hair flutter in the wind. However, his figure did not even take half a step back. An ear-piercing, shattering sound rang clearly in everyone's ears. Some of the more timid girls had already unconsciously closed their eyes, afraid to see the scene of young master being shattered by a single punch. Smoke and dust rose, mesmerizing everyone's eyes. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. It's shattered, it's shattered. After a long while, the layers of smoke dissipated, and a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Then, everyone was dumbfounded as they saw that the 2 figures still maintained their previous posture. However, Wang Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly began to shatter inch by inch from his arm. In just a breath's time, this monstrous talent of the heavenly imperial palace, whose name resounded throughout Qingtsang, was shattered into a pile of flesh and blood. A bloody mist rose, and a thick smell of blood assaulted everyone's faces. Everyone's eyes widened as they fell into a long period of shock. In that instant, no one sensed a trace of spiritual aura fluctuation. In other words, the collision between the 2 was purely a collision of physical strength. However, even so, Lord Ling Xiao still won. Without any surprise, it was a light breeze. With one punch, he shattered Wang Yan, who was known for his physical strength. Gulp. A moment later, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in the hall. Ling Xiao walked in front of Hua Mingxi and held the 3,000 fleeting moments in his hand as he said coldly, "I'll take care of this sword for now." Wait a minute. However, just as everyone thought that the banquet had come to an end, a light shout could be heard from the crowd. The successor of the literary sage Immortal Palace, Zhao Bado, suddenly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was a smile on his face. Master, Ba Do admires you for your righteousness. However, Ba Do believes that the sword is a gentleman among weapons, and the 3,000 fleeting moments is a peerless sword. If you want to wield this sword, I'm afraid that martial strength alone is not enough to convince everyone. Oh, Brother Zhao, you mean? Ling Xiao smiled, but he already knew what Xiao Bado wanted to do. With the combat strength that he had just displayed, these so-called monstrous talents did not dare to compete with him. However, the literary sage Immortal Palace entered the Tao through literature, and Xiao Bado was known as the reincarnation of the literary sage. Today, Ling Xiao was in the limelight and had suppressed everyone. It was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to step on him and become a saint. On top of that, scholars cared more about talents that could be passed down through the ages. The power that people admired was also known as the power of will. It could lead to the path of immortality. Legend has it that back in the day, the human emperor Xian Yuan sealed the sky with his holy blood. He fought against immortals and built the foundation for the humankind. However, other than his righteousness and heaven-defying fighting ability, the human emperor's talents were unparalleled. Since you have the title of the human emperor, you must be talented as well. Xiao Bado's expression was emotionless. Why don't you compose a poem to fulfill my wish? Compose a poem? Hua Ming, she frowned. She was about to speak up for Ling Xiao when the latter shook his head and laughed at himself. How could I be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor? It's just that the fellow Taoists in Qingsong have shown me too much respect. Hearing this, Xiao Bado frowned and his eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't really care about the heavenly sword. However, as the successor of the literature Saint Palace, he had been influenced by the deeds of the human ancestors since he was young. The title of the human emperor was too absurd. He wouldn't allow the world to belittle the human emperor Xian Yuan like that. Even if Ling Xiao had an unparalleled background and an extraordinary appearance, he didn't care. He wouldn't regret it even if he had to die. This was the character of a scholar. It was also called pettiness. Shut up. How could a scholar's matter be called provocation? This was called making friends through literature. Damn. Fine. Although I am not talented, this sword is very important. I can only embarrass myself. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to compromise, they saw a touch of tenderness on his face. There is a beauty in the immortal phoenix. She is independent from the world. When she looks at me, she can overturn a city. When she looks at me again, she can overturn a country. I would rather not overturn a city or a country. Boom! Endless heavenly charm quietly rose and fell. At this time, everyone's face was shocked and stunned again, especially the young man in black with melancholy eyes. He was like a strand of stubbornness that pierced deeply into the hearts of the people. Immortal phoenix? Goo! Beauty? Overturning a city? Suddenly, a woman's eyes turned black and she fainted on the spot. A man's body trembled and his Taoist heart trembled. What kind of love did he have to open his mouth and recite such a famous saying? Lord Ling Xiao, you are unparalleled in the world. Chapter 1180. Looking at the black-robed figure, Xiao Badu's face turned pale. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. One glance could topple a city. Another glance could topple a country. How stunning! Even though Xiao Badu was talented and had the heart of a literary sage, he was still shaken to the core in front of such a peerless sentence. His Tao heart was almost shattered. Furthermore, just now, Ling Xiao did not seem to hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and said such words that would be passed down for generations. Beep, Destiny Person's Tao heart is trembling. Congratulations to host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. How is this possible? Xiao Badu staggered. The light in his eyes had dimmed. Hearing the system notification, Ling Xiao's eyes became even more sinister. Sigh, I feel something in my heart. I have to say it out loud. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the table and picked up a cup of celestial wine. He seemed to be muttering to himself. Again. Countless proud sons and daughters unconsciously clenched their fists with anticipation in their eyes. Invincible celestial beauty, incomparably handsome, and eternally talented. They couldn't find a single flaw in Ling Xiao. He was like a piece of jade. No matter from which angle, he was perfect. Oh, the only imperfection was that he had Gu Chaoxiai in his heart. In other words, the young master had given all the good things to the empress alone. When will the moon be bright? I asked the sky with a cup of wine. I don't know what year it is in the heavens. I want to ride the wind and return, but I'm afraid of the Jade Palace. Ling Xiao raised his head, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life. He finished the celestial brew in one gulp, shook his head and sighed softly. Uft! Suddenly, a cry of blood came from the hall. Zhao Badu trembled and took a few steps back. He only managed to stabilize himself by holding on to the wall. His face was as pale as a sheet. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were no longer filled with shock. Instead, they were filled with despair and fear. Ha ha ha! A maniacal laughter rang out as Zhao Badu staggered out of the hall. The reincarnation of the sage of literature? Ha ha ha, I'm not worthy. It's too cold at the top, too cold at the top. What a good saying, it's lonely at the top. Plop. In the end, Zhao Bado's figure didn't manage to walk out of the hall before he fell to the ground. Another system notification sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. The chosen one's Dao heart has been shattered. Congratulations to the host for plundering 5,000 luck points and 50,000 villain points. At this moment, the faces of the geniuses in the hall were still filled with shock. Although they did not enter the Dao through literature, they were not like Zhao Badu, who had a deep understanding of the two ancient poems, which caused his Dao heart to crumble and his immortal path to be severed. However, even ordinary sect disciples could vaguely sense the Taoist rhyme contained in the words. Lord Ling Xiao, as expected of you. In terms of martial arts, you killed Lord Xiaoyang with one palm strike and destroyed King Yan with one punch. In terms of the thesis, you destroyed the Dao heart of Zhao Bado, who is known as the Sage of Literature in the Sage of Literature Immortal Palace. He couldn't even walk out of the hall of the Merchant Union. In terms of character, when the evil demon appeared, all the geniuses were afraid. Only young master took the lead and carried the backbone of the human race. What else is there to say? Young master, you're the only one in the 9 heavens. It's too cold at the top. In the hall, Hua Mingxi and the other girls hadn't woken up from the envy of the city when they completely fell into the profound vicissitudes of life of the phrase, it's too cold at the top. Young Master Hua? Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. He put the 3,000 fleeting moments into his universe ring and was about to walk out of the hall. Young master, wait. Hua Mingxi was startled. She quickly caught up with him and finally, a trace of uneasiness appeared in her eyes. Can I borrow some of your time, young master? I'm tired. Let's do it later. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He then saw Xianyuan Weiyang, Yao Guang, and Jin Han coming from afar. He then said in a low voice, since there's a demon in this heavenly Dao city, the 3 of you should stay here at ease. Don't move around casually. Yes, young master. Jin Han bowed slightly. However, Yao Guang's face had a rare trace of sadness. Golden light shone in her eyes and Buddha nature flowed. However, the blood lotus in between her eyebrows was strange and enchanting. It seemed to be overflowing with demonic intent. He really wasn't the evil demon who broke her Bodhi heart, right? There were a total of 6 sentences, but each sentence was deeply affectionate and engraved in her heart. Even if Yao Guang was born with a Buddha-like heart and wasn't sad or depressed, she still couldn't extricate herself from it. A heartless and emotionless demon wouldn't be able to create such deep love. Suddenly, the sadness on Yao Guang's face disappeared. She lowered her head and chanted the name of Buddha. A red lotus bloomed in between her eyebrows. It was unprecedentedly bright. How can it be? How can Brother Jijio be a demon? When the crowd in the hall dispersed, Zhao Badu of the literary sage Immortal Palace, was carried back to his residence. On the square, Yang Yuan suddenly punched the stone wall in front of him. At this moment, there was an obvious trace of resentment and unwillingness on his face. Although the demonic intent on Zhang Jieji's body was extremely sinister and evil, Yang Yuan still didn't believe that the simple smiling young man was a demon. There must be something hidden in this matter. Junior sister, you go back to your residence first. I'm going out of the city. Oh, Xia Jiming didn't even look at Yang Yuan. She turned around and walked away. A glance could topple a city. A second glance could topple a country. Sigh. Soon, the news that there was a demon in Heavenly Dao City spread through the streets and alleys. Of course, the 2 ancient poems written by Lord Ling Xiao also spread along with the news. Instantly, Ling Xiao's fame became unparalleled. Whether it was his ability to crush the outstanding talents of the current generation or his talent and righteousness, countless prides of the ancient sects and saintesses of the large clans fell in love with him. They couldn't help but want him, at the same time, outside Heavenly Dao City. A silhouette descended from the sky and disappeared into the ancient forest. Juji, what's going on? Yin Yu's voice was clearly angry. Although she escaped in time and there were no Supreme Being experts around, her aura was still exposed. She was afraid that if Zhang Juji showed himself, he would be hunted down endlessly. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to cultivate as an immortal. I don't know either. It's like, I've fallen into some kind of domain. I can't break free at all. Zhang Juji shook his head blankly. For a moment, he wondered if the female immortal who was chasing after him had sensed his aura. However, after thinking about it for a while, he dismissed the idea. If that female immortal had really come to Heavenly Dao City and discovered his whereabouts, she could have used the excuse of fighting for the treasure to attack him. There was no need for her to go through so much trouble. Who could it be? Can't break free? With your divine body, even in the Buddha domain, you weren't completely restrained. Could it be that the one who attacked you was a Supreme Being expert? Yin Yu frowned. If it was a Supreme Being expert, Zhang Jieji wouldn't have any chance of escaping. What's going on? No. Senior, I have to go back. Otherwise, second senior sister will be cursed. Chapter 1181. Go back? You're crazy. Yin Yu's pretty face was stunned. She appeared out of thin air, and her delicate little face was filled with shock and anger. Senior, it's fine if I leave, but someone will definitely make things difficult for second senior sister. Once someone knows about our relationship, I'm afraid. For some reason, Zhang Juji suddenly had a very bad premonition. No matter if it was him and Lei Yin being killed inexplicably or him being forced to reveal the demonic will today, it all seemed like someone had deliberately arranged it. With the divine power of his divine body, he should be able to turn misfortune into blessings, drive away evil and expel evil, and have a smooth journey to the top of the world. Why would he encounter setbacks wherever he went? Something was not right. It was the aura of a conspiracy. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting senior sister and junior sister? I advise you not to act rashly. The enemy is in the dark now. If you go back rashly, how is it different from courting death? Yin Yu snorted coldly. The demonic will around her circulated and confined Zhang Jieji's body. But, Senior, wait. Now that you've been exposed, the Dao Sky City is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If your senior sister trusts you, I'm sure she will find a way to find you alone. However, if you take the initiative to find her, won't you accuse her of colluding with the demonic will? Hearing this, Zhang Juji immediately fell silent. That's right. He had no idea who his opponent was. Moreover, to be able to imprison him silently, that person's strength was at least at the saint realm. Zhang Juji did not believe that anyone in the same generation as him had such strength. However, in the Merchant Union's main hall, all the saints were second senior sister's servants. Could it be that the enemy had been hiding by second senior sister's side? The more it is like this, the more you have to remain calm. You have to ensure your own safety first before you think of a way to save others. Remember, the path to immortality is one of mutual deception. Don't trust anyone easily. After saying this, Inu looked deeply at Zhang Juji and disappeared again. Second senior sister, fifth senior sister, I hope all of you can be safe. Zhang Juji gritted his teeth and looked at the towering ancient city in the distance. In the end, he did not dare to act rashly and fell into silence. At this moment, in the Merchant Union's hall, Hua Mingxi's beautiful face was gloomy. She held a voice transmission spirit talisman in her hand and seemed to be hesitating. This voice transmission talisman was personally given to Zhang Juji when he went out to look for Lei Yin. Originally, it was for the latter to ask for her help when he was in danger. However, the talisman still hadn't lit up. Even with Hua Mingxi's scheming mind, she still couldn't figure out how little junior brother could be a devil. What was going on with the vast demonic aura on his body? However, after all, he was her junior brother. Even if Hua Mingxi had all kinds of doubts in her heart, she still decided to take the initiative to contact Zhang Juji and ask for the reason of the matter. But just as she clenched her fists and the spiritual energy around her surged, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Is young Master Hua here? Hearing the voice, Hua Mingxi's pretty face flashed with a hint of surprise. She quickly put away the talisman and looked into the distance. At this moment, she saw an extremely beautiful woman in purple walking over slowly from outside the hall. Behind her, there was a white-haired, white-bearded old man with a rough face. Even though Hua Mingxi was extremely beautiful, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority when she looked at the woman in front of her. Her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. Her skin was like the best immortal jade, emitting a dense immortal light. Her beautiful hair was like clouds, making her jade-like neck look even fairer. The loose, purple-gold, long robe dragged on the ground. It was embroidered with auspicious clouds and rosy mist, looking noble and grand. In short, this was a wild and elegant woman. Looking at her age, she should be more than 1,000 years old. Although her aura was only in the venerable realm, no one dared to underestimate her. Around her, Hua Mingxi could feel a faint lightning power. Although it was only a wisp, it made people feel deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even the old man behind her, although he didn't emit any aura, his every movement made people feel extremely oppressed. Who are you? At the same time, in the north of Dao Heaven City, Gu Chaoxiai stood in front of a table in the courtyard. Her imperial robe was draped over her shoulders. It wasn't tied up or tied. Even her black hair was casually scattered behind her. At this moment, she was holding a jade brush and holding her breath as she wrote something with concentration. My wife, what are you writing? Until a gentle laugh came from beside her. Gu Chaoxiai's beautiful face had a rare trace of nervousness and embarrassment. She reached out her jade-like hand and crushed the paper on the table. Only then did her expression return to its usual coldness. You're back? My wife, what are you doing behind my back? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. He hugged Gu Chaoxiai from behind. For some reason, every time he saw the woman in front of him, he would feel an inexplicable feeling. This feeling was amiable and comforting. At first, it was very weak, but as time passed, it became stronger and stronger. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that it was because of Gu Chaoxiai's luck, but gradually, Ling Xiao realized that wasn't the case. This feeling seemed to originate from his blood and bones. It had nothing to do with rational thoughts. It was just an inexplicable sense of security. Could it be that this woman was tied to the sky demon in her previous life? Let go of me. The more Gu Chaoxiai struggled, the tighter she was pressed against the young man's chest. You don't want to talk? All right then, It seems that your husband can only use the family law. Ling Xiao. Gu Chao Xiai's eyes trembled as if she had thought of something terrible. The coldness on her face disappeared and turned into a pleading expression. I have something to tell you. What is it? Wait until your husband finishes using the family law. It won't do if there are no rules. Ling Xiao smiled playfully. He carried Gu Chaoxiai by the waist and walked towards the room. Ling Xiao, Lei Wu. In the courtyard, the clouds and rain suddenly fell. A begonia bloomed brightly, swaying with the wind, sparkling and beautiful, all the way until nightfall. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window and looked at the bright moon above. No one knew what he was thinking. On the bed, Gu Chaosai was wrapped in a blanket, only revealing a slightly tired face. But at this moment, her eyes seemed to have a complicated look as she stared blankly at the figure in front of the window. There was a beauty in the immortal phoenix who stood aloof from the world. A glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. How could a demon be so talented? Could it be that the world was really stupid and deceived by immortals? You're awake? When the young man turned around with a gentle smile, Gu Chaoxiai was startled and hurriedly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's smile deepened. You're not awake? Then have a good rest. I'm going out for a few days. Ling Xiao. However, at the instant Ling Xiao turned around, the woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, and a wisp of seriousness appeared on her beautiful face. The immortal Phoenix Guard I left in the demon region sent news that Hua Mingxi sent people to the Lightning Dragon clan, and the eldest young miss and grand elder of this clan have already arrived at Dao Heaven City.